Bonjour à tous, merci de prendre place.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let's invite everybody to sit down for this last conference. As usual, good afternoon to all the internauts following us online. If you would like to listen to the interpreting, channel 1 for English, channel 2 for French.
I think that today, and I will switch to French because I'm easy, comfortable. Quand on regarde
when we look at the forest fires in Amazonia, when we look at the state of the ocean, which is suffocating, and we can see how humanity is blind and deaf to the suffering of our planet, which is disintegrating in front of our very eyes. We have all this technology, but it doesn't replace human action and a commitment. That's the message of this Ocean Pavilion. We've also decided today to inspire you this afternoon with two talks about a subject which is perhaps seems further away, but which is also part of protecting the ocean, and that's the financing of the means to preserve and research, and how we can manage to build models for financing this protection. One of the experts in the subject, Torsten Steele, is here, and he has a background in finance, and he is going to explain to us that there are many solutions available. We just have to establish real partnerships.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here for the ocean. If you want to take 5 main things away from today, then those will be that ocean and climate are one and the same. It's the ocean system that is at the heart of the climate system. Can you hear this now? Great. The climate emergency we are facing is the biggest threat to the ocean ecosystems. But ocean climate solutions are amongst the top 10 things we can do right now for the climate. So those two things are linked in both directions. It's the climate emergency that causes the ocean problems, but because the ocean ecosystem is so vast, the ocean is a key player in dealing with climate solutions. And therefore, it is our task and challenge to address ocean stresses and support ocean regeneration. And that really means 2 main causes, pathways for action. One is around ocean governance, which is better rules. And I've just come from New York from the high seas negotiations, where for half of the planet we're trying to write better rules for ocean protection. But the second pathway is the one to blue investment. We need a blue deal for our planet, which allows a just blue transition. So we have a transition in the green financial sphere through sustainable finance mechanisms, but unless we include and involve the ocean, which is the largest part of the living system of our planet, more than 90%, none of these solutions will be sufficient. So as we meet here, these negotiations go on in New York on the high seas. On the climate side, Greta Thunberg is on a sailboat across the Atlantic. And Chile is getting ready to host the Blue COP, the climate summit. So therefore, it is crucial that we use the G7 to motivate political leaders to act in this direction. Because unless we move from ocean crisis to ocean solutions, we will not be able to conserve the marine ecosystems the way nature intended. And science confirms that the habitat and connectivity of the entire global ocean systems work in unison. It is one system that we need to protect and support, and that means strictly protecting at least 30% of the ocean. 30% of the ocean strictly protected in connectivity based on science and real understanding, and allowing therefore biodiversity and these systems to recover. Therefore, we need to address ocean and climate by building resilience. And nature-based solutions are the most effective and economically most efficient way of doing so to help us mitigate the impacts from climate change, but also adapt to what is already going on. And that means restoring the blue natural capital with ecosystem-based management approaches. And that means investing in ocean knowledge, investing in clean energy and water, and in the marine bioeconomy, so that we can deliver on a mission for healthy seas. So, how did I come to talk to you about this? As a teenager, I was surfing in the very cold Atlantic, and when I turned 30, I was standing on a beach shouting at the ocean what I should do with my life. And I ended up working in the world of finance and infrastructure. And then about 5 years ago, I found that this ocean challenge really requires a full commitment from everybody, and that even with my finance and investment background, there's something that I could contribute, provided that I fully focus on it. So I created Global Ocean Trust. We work with coalitions all around the world, the High Seas, the Ocean and Climate Platform, and others, to bring this understanding of science and environment into a world of economics and politics, but use economic language so that finance flows can actually happen. At the moment, less money gets invested in the life underwater SDG 14 goal than in any other of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is what we need to shift and change. So more than 90% of the world's life happens in the ocean ecosystem. Less than 1% is protected, less than 1% is financed. We're making progress on the protection in the national waters. We need to make progress in the high seas, but we need to have the financing tools, because every euro we spend on ocean measures gives us a €5 return in terms of benefits. But these economic benefits will only happen if they are translated into financing structures that are understood and implemented by more traditional financial approaches. And so we need to bring these innovative finance concepts to the world of business and finance and investment, and can only do that through alliances. So we started out as a concept working with conservationists, and then very quickly found friends, and at the Paris climate negotiations with the Ocean Climate Platform, we're pushing for the ocean as part of this process, and have since continued by bringing this Ocean Sustainability Bank idea to a whole group of NGOs, and now have commitments from many of them around that. We worked with the IUCN World Conservation Congress in 2016, which led to this scientifically sound analysis of the 30 by 30 goal, 30% protected. And that then allows you to address specific industrial sectors. So we worked on clean shipping, we worked on seafood traceability, we worked on how the deep ocean can be better protected and launched the Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility with the support of the government of Luxembourg last year to do very specific projects in coastal areas along developing countries. So for instance, in the Philippines, we are helping local fishermen to transition from fishing a degraded coral reef to doing seaweed aquaculture and actually collecting plastic. So the plastic gets taken out, the aquaculture delivers sustainable seaweed, but also protection areas for marine protection. And so as we launched this year the Decade for Ocean Science, I got involved with the first blue bond in Europe, the Baltic Blue Bond, to try to finance the cleaning up of the Baltic Sea. And we're looking at ways to do that in other parts of the world, including now in the Pacific. So the issue we are translating is the issue of ocean risk. We're translating to decision makers that the climate emergency is an ocean risk challenge, and that ocean risk challenge needs to be understood as it impacts assets and asset holders. And if I say asset holders, all of us, it's our pension funds, it's what we own and how we position that money. And unless and until we position it in long-term sustainable assets, and that is half of the coasts are affected by these ocean risk changes. So that is the type of shift in investment away from stranded assets into long-term sustainable activities. And this analysis of ocean risk and resilience, which we undertook with, for instance, the large insurance companies, now leads us to that next step of designing, delivering blue finance. Blue finance as a way to redirect funds in this direction. Because traditionally one of the reasons we have such limited funding in this space, it's that it's been primarily seen as a public sector challenge. That it's the job of the public sector to keep our waters clean. It's the job of all of us. And we need to have the funding structures to actually deliver that. And that is what we are supporting, why this translation into a language of ocean opportunities, of how we can actually invest meaningfully in this marine space so that we get better protection is so important. So give you 3 examples. One example is there is no global ocean data infrastructure. So if you do ocean observing, at the moment, it's done in islands across different systems that are not connected at the remote sensing end. They are connected in the global data, but it's data that is collected in different ways and then brought together. We need an investment into a global data infrastructure that would allow us to optimize activities in the sea and to protect and conserve. So it's that multiple benefits that would come from a single monitoring and enforcement infrastructure. And that, of course, means you will get blue growth opportunities, jobs based around that, and can address this challenge of coastal resilience. Because when we optimize marine spatial planning and have forward-looking coastal design that is nature-based, we actually achieve resilience at a different price and one that actually also protects biodiversity. The world intends to spend 70 trillion over the next 15 years or so on infrastructure. If that money is spent in a way that ignores biodiversity, ignores the ocean, just delivers the infrastructure, then that is bad investments that will end up stranded. It's only if we integrate it into a biodiversity and ecosystem-based approach that we can guide it so that it's long-term sustainable. But that also means there is a lot of money that will be spent in this direction. So it's not a matter of saying this is a terribly difficult space to finance. It's a matter of saying there is a significant financial flow. We just need to redirect it in a way that it delivers solutions for and with the ocean. And we have a whole range of scientific ideas and work around that we need to support. And together, will help us restore the health of ocean and climate. And so this includes the ocean-based activities around shipping and fishing, etc. But it also includes a lot of land-based activities that have ocean impacts. So the required ocean efforts, what we are all doing here, that is what I would call supportive advocacy. That is supporting, encouraging ocean solutions. But we need to link the public and the private sector and develop capacity around it and strengthen ocean governance. So to keep in mind, Ocean 2020, so next year, when the High Seas Treaty is supposed to be finished, when we have the SDG 14 review conference, when we are designing the biodiversity regime for the world going forward, we need a financial pillar for Ocean 2020. And that is the Ocean Sustainability Bank idea that I've been talking about. And actually, it was in France 20 plus years ago that I was working with Jacques Attali at the creation of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And that was to help our continent to transition. We need to have that same type of effort and commitment to our planet to transition, our ocean to transition to sustainability. And this is perfectly doable and financeable, and I'm delighted that France and the G7 are taking this effort to focus and push on the ocean. And we need to, and you will see from my little badge, it says one ocean. There really is scientifically, physically, only one ocean, and therefore it is at that global level that we need to push for ocean solution. And that's why governments are involved on this High Seas Treaty. But unless we also have business fully involved, and what I call fully involved is every company needs to sign up to the Net Positive Impact Pledge. It's unless a business have a positive impact, that is its reason to exist. But what they need to understand is that net positive impact has to be a net positive impact also on the ocean. So we worked last year with the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world to how to implement that. The Norwegian fund is the largest owner of assets, and they wrote to all the companies in their portfolio that have an ocean-related activity and say, can you explain your role in ocean? What is our expectation of what you do in the ocean? That is what we need to do with business, but we need to also work more with finance and insurance to help them to understand how to support a just transition, how to develop a methodology around ocean risk, and how to deliver stewardship for the ocean. I will close here. There are some more information on the table. My colleague will provide you on Global Ocean Trust if you're interested. Mais pour finir, un grand merci. Un grand merci.
Finish a big thank you to Surfrider, because it's thanks to their effort that we're here today. It's a formidable effort. And linking in to the work we've done on the Ocean Climate Platform, it's really, really important to have this type of initiative which brings together these two major subjects, which can be discussed separately, but we have to put them together and see them together, because really it is just one single subject. And thank you to all of you for being here this afternoon in a place of surf, a place which has inspired me since I was young myself. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Torsten. So now we have another partners. We talk about Ocean Climate Platform. Many of our partners that are today here and for many days here. We have also friendship owners in the room. We have different kind of sectors that are participating here. And Paola Craveiro is working for Possible Future. So a possible future that could be sustainable for everybody from several companies. And we are working with this company, which is a startup, that just are working to inspire, to promote new way to innovate in several sectors, to facilitate new solutions with those sectors. And we are working with them with cosmetics, on different waste management, and the way to find solution day by day with them. So Paola will talk with you about supply chain, about shipping. It's not technical, it's just about solution. Thank you, Paola.
Bonjour, alors moi je vais parler en français.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be speaking in French, so I'll let you switch headphones. Today we're going to wonder how we can innovate to have a zero-emission supply chain. Even if Antibia already introduced me, I'm going to remind you who am I. My name is Paola. I work for Possible Future, an innovation firm. We work with different firms, and we work with them in their innovation projects from the beginning, until the marketing stage. We've been working for Surfrider for a while, and we write reports on strategic notes, on subjects, on plastic, and now we did one on shipping, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. Shipping is considered as the less polluting transportation method in the world. If we look at the CO2 emission per kilogram of goods carried, but the impact is substantial because the 15 biggest ships in the world emit more nitrogen and sulfur than all the world's cars put together. So this impact is substantial. It's not only emissions. We also have a container loss at sea. Since 1984, more than 16,000 containers were lost at sea. Between 2014 and 18, 2,563 were lost. Then dismantled ships, that's a source of problems. They are dismantled mostly on Southeast Asian beaches under complex and hazardous conditions. Many substances are released in the waters, and the workers working are exposed to these works, and they work in hazardous conditions. And then waste management around this shipping, especially coating and paint. There is an annual consumption of plastic of 452 kilotons with these coatings and paints on the ships. When the ships are built, or when they sail, or when they're dismantled, they keep on releasing microplastics in the ocean because of this paint and coating. So the impact is quite substantial, and the international regulations is trying to act to promote changes. The IMO has set an ambitious objective to have by 2050 a reduction of at least 50% of greenhouse gases emissions compared to 2008. So it's an ambitious objective, and it's a pressure on many shipping companies for them to change their models. But the pressure don't only comes from the regulations, but also from the consumers. The consumer is a strong group of pressure. There is a global awareness of these issues, and today most of the consumers are not necessarily looking at how the goods are shipped, but tomorrow things are going to change. So there's a global awareness, so we see that every day. We have more and more citizens getting mobilized with a growing number of petitions sent to companies, to governments. When you want to show a company which is not acting, and citizens movement, for instance, a fly scam in Norway, It's a shame. You're ashamed to take to fly. So there's been an 11% decrease in the number of passengers in internal flights. So this can go up very fast, and this is promoted by VIPs who are more and more present in the public debate, and they are very active, such as Greta Thunberg. She represents the movement of young people for climate. The consumers are also employees. They work for companies, and they want to have a meaningful job, and they're going to act to create it. At Amazon, 4,200 employees got together and wrote a proposal for a more sustainable logistics of their firm. So drafted a proposal together, and Amazon didn't have any choice but had to start implementing it. So this year, Amazon is going to publish its complete carbon balance, and they have now an initiative called Shipment Zero to tend towards global shipping with zero emission. They defined an ambitious objective. By 2030, they want to have 50% or more than all their shipments, Amazon globally, that will be zero carbon emission. With this Amazon initiative, you can see the future of companies shipping. The future is honesty and full transparency. We want transparency on the origin of the products, transparency on the production processes, on the distribution of the costs and revenues of what you buy. Tomorrow, you will want to have transparency on the shipping and the impact. Soon, the consumers will be able to see this is how this product was shipped, and this is the impact, and you can take that into account. So now some consumers are going to exert pressure on the brands, and the brands can exert pressure on the shipping companies. So the shipping companies can change, and it has to be done before there's a major scandal to force them to change. We see things coming around the fuel consumption, incremental changes. We have scrubbers that are going to absorb the emissions. They are often a problem because the emissions can be directly released in the ocean, so it cannot be a long-term solution. Then LNG, which is quite developed. Maybe we can release 75% less sulfur and CO2, but it releases methane in exchange, so it's not a long-term solution for zero emission. And we have the development of low sulfur fuel, which is being used more and more, and it represents higher costs by 25%. So you have all these innovations on fuel and emissions, and some companies try to work upstream. How do we optimize the fuel consumption used during shipping? There are many technological solutions around the data and the data collection to optimize consumption and optimize the routes. Many startups are developing that. We have Way4C. They use big data to optimize fuel consumption by optimizing the routes. They aggregate the data on winds, currents, and routes. Or we have a container exchange. It's an online platform. The objective is to have no more empty travel. So they try to optimize the cargoes. There are even more ambitious solutions, disruptive innovations to bring zero carbon alternatives. Blue Benu is developing what they call a circular fuel because it's produced directly from waste recovered in the ocean. we have a Norwegian a ship called the Yara Birkeland. It will be the first ship 100% autonomous and 100% electric. And initiatives with sail, like Beyond the Sea or Air Seas of Airbus, they're going to use big seals up to 2,000 square meters to power container ships. So what do we do as manufacturers, salespeople, shippers to go further? We want to foster collaborations and partnerships. It's by working together that we will be able to impact and make a change to reduce impact on the environment. That's what CGM is doing with IKEA and the Port of Rotterdam and the Good Shipping Program. We also have to imagine and implement innovations in all areas of the supply chain. We need to innovate on water, of course. We're talking about shipping, but why not innovate in the air and on land, onshore, to have more efficient transportation methods? And we have to widen your perspective and look at the issues in different ways. With innovations we're going to find in another sector. Some technologies have not been yet imported into our sector, and they may be worth it and may change the situation. We can also integrate new actors, new counterparts that can have a new eye and maybe involve the consumers. So I'm going to leave you with a question. What are you consumers, buyers, designers, shippers, what are you putting in place to exceed environmental goals? Thank you. If you want to go further, we have the note we wrote together, so you scan it and you have the link. And we're going to be here tonight, Possible Future, with our team, and we'll be very happy to talk with you about it. Please come and talk to us. Thank you. Good afternoon. For the rest of the program, I have the pleasure to call Eric Banel, who is going to be the moderator of this first round table. He has several hats. Today you're here as a vice president of the Ocean and Climate Platform. So I'll let you call your guests. Thank you, Florent.
I think that our speakers are all present, so could they come up? We've transitioned. The aim is to talk here about the commitment of maritime transport. Some of you may say that the link is obvious, but there's not much of a commitment there because our sector is not very well known, or it's reduced to several episodes such as the maritime catastrophes. And it's during those catastrophes that we hear about, from time to time, maritime transport. Sea transport is not just a couple of cliches. Sea transport, it's not just irregular, it's not just about pirates. It's more than just that. It's a whole series of standards which is evolving and a whole system which is being implemented. And that's what we're going to try to show you today. Talking about innovation and about international regulations and about labels. I often say that my first discovery in shipowning was Tintin, because the shipowner in it was famous for very good reasons. I'm not sure if you're Tintin fans. And he has the ship owner has several positions. He's always sitting in a big leather armchair with a cigar in his hand. And generally, he doesn't say very nice things. But this cliche is interesting because it shows that today, in this unknown sector, there's a need, as was said, to work together, to work with partnerships, and to build specific proposals. Yes, maritime transport is regular, and it's active. It's not an organization which is inactive. They have a roadmap on how to reduce CO2 and eradicate sulfur emissions. The famous sulfur cap, with the aim of 3.5% by 2020, and reducing sulfur emissions to get down to 0.1%. And this is also the case for the north of Europe. And a reduction of half in absolute value of emission by half of emissions. I think today many people are frightened of this aim because they're technologically not ready. In the international regulations, there are standards about how to manage clean and dirty water. Talking about emptying into the sea. We'll talk about regulations about the negotiations underway today and the commitments of ship owners with regard to the energy transition, different types of motor, and also reducing the speed of ships. There's currently a charter being signed with the French government and the most exemplary ship owners. So I think it'd be interesting to hear what can be done and how to go further and see what technological solutions will occur in the future. I'm thinking about new forms of motor. There's hydrogen, there's lots of other possibilities. I think the people around this table will not be able to share that with you. I will then pass the floor over to Mr. Giroux, who is the representative of a major French ship owner. We often ignore that 90% of merchandise transported internationally is done so by sea. It's the main vector for globalization. And also, the Europeans are very well ranked in this sector. The top 4 out of 5 world ship owners are European ship owners, and it's CGM, a French maritime company, which is 3rd or 4th in terms of number of ships. And Mr. Giroux is director of this, so he's going to talk about his company's ecological commitment.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before going any further, 3 things. I would like to really thank Surfrider for the quality, the friendliness, and the mindset around this conference. Really, Antidia, you give a lot, you bring a lot with all your team who is so enthusiastic. You contribute a lot to affirm, to drive the ecological transition nationally and internationally. Number 2, I'm going to talk as a representative of CMA, CGM, Rodolphe Sade, the president himself. But I don't want to forget that in this room there are managers of Armateurs de France, of French shippers, who represent all French shippers who are committed strongly committed towards the ecological transition. I would like to mention them. Those who are committed in the chart: Brittany Ferries, Corsica Ferries, Corsica Linea, Express des Îles, Wismar, La Méridionale, Louis Dreyfus Armateur, Orange Marine, and Le Ponant. We are all together, we complement each other because we have very different activities. We have bulk carriers, we have container shippers, we have ferries, cruise ships, all very different activities with many different constraints. Then, I'm privileged because Rudolf Saade came just half an hour ago. He talked in front of the French president at the Élysée to tell him about our strategic commitments in the long term for the ecological transition. So now it's in the open. I remind you that CMA CGM is a family firm. 40 years ago, Mr. Jacques Saade, he left the civil war in Lebanon. He came to Marseille, and to feed his family with a few friends, he chartered a small ship that he doesn't even own to go from Marseille to Beirut and back. 40 years later, CMA CGM is 510 ships, 35,000 employees, 20 billion euros in sales, and an activity in 160 countries. So now you have the background. What are our commitments? The first one, CMA CGM makes a commitment not to go north of the Arctic Sea in its activities. That's commitments we made today. We want to preserve the biodiversity of this major area for the planet. This is a major effort because our major line is Rotterdam-Shanghai. If we went through the Arctic, we would travel 40% less. We want all companies to make the same commitment, and we count on your support and TDI and Surfrider to do it. Now, the major point for years we've been committed in the reduction of the speed of our ships. We have what we call a fleet center in Marseille. They monitor 24 hours a day all our ships worldwide, and the instructions are to reduce the speed as much as possible. And all our captains are judged based on this obligation. We also talked about the speed reduction, but also the treatment of ballast waters used for loading the ships. If the ballast waters are emptied in the port or another one, you're going to have invasive species that are going to affect the coast. We see that with the seaweeds near Marseille, throughout the world. So we're developing a system to destroy this seaweed and these substances with the UV lamps. We also have, we mentioned that yesterday, plastics. No waste is, you're not authorized to release any waste at sea in our ships except for food waste. We also invented eco-containers with a bamboo bottom to avoid pollutions. And I would tend to say, etc., etc. But the major point is CO2. and this is a real issue. Between 2005 and 2015, we reduced by 50% our CO2 emissions. We make the commitment to reduce by 30% more by 2025. How? By using LNG as CMA CGM launched the construction of all the future ships. They will all be GNL powered or biofuel. The first one is going to come out in June 2020. It's going to come out of the shipyards. 23,000 EVP, which is quite substantial. By 2022, there will be 19 more such ships. We are the only ones among our competitors, Maersk in Denmark, MSC in Switzerland, COSCO in China. We are the only ones to do that. So it represents a €2 billion investment. So this commitment is voluntary, it's dynamic, enthusiastic, it's not ambiguous at all. And our president, politically, the president, Rudolf Saade, is saying it. That's his commitment. Mr. Banel asked the question, are we going to be able to do the minus 50% CO2 in 2050? The answer is clearly no. Why? Because this obligation is 50% in volume, not in absolute volume. And technologically, there is no possibility to reach that except if there is a major technological rupture. That could be hydrogen or whatever. I have 2 minutes left. I would like to insist on a few points. There are problems which are not addressed enough. It's absolutely necessary to develop intermodality. The ships are looking at sea, not inland. A port, the bottleneck between land and onshore and offshore. So we have to work hand in hand with the rivers and the train. We have to develop intermodality in Marseille and at Le Havre. Secondly, the ships that are in the ports must be working at night. They need the lights, and this works with heavy fuel. So we need to develop what we call we need electric connection in the ports of all the ships, whether they're foreign or French, in all ports. Thirdly, I mentioned LNG. Okay, that's fine, but we don't have equipment to fuel them, to fill them in France. The only ones are Rotterdam and Singapore. So these are very concrete examples that require strong mobilization and actions beyond the commissions and the conferences. We know the diagnosis. We know what needs to be done. So now let's do it. Thank you.
Alors, je propose...
Et un petit clin d'œil à Eric Banel, qui manifestement est ethnologue.
Eric Banel is an ethnologist, and Eric has nothing to do with Rastapoulos. Mr. Perry, it's interesting. We've talked a lot about the different types of propulsion that are possible. One we haven't talked about is wind. You're a former captain of the merchant navy, and you've been working on these new innovative technologies. Some people say it's a gadget. What can you tell us about it? Does it have a true future, especially with the large maritime companies? I'd like to start by thanking Surfrider for their invitation and also for the work they've been doing. Let's start with the basic concepts. You've talked about ship owners, and ship owners haven't necessarily got a good image. So the speaker's microphone keeps cutting out. The merchant navy is one of the sectors of which you depend the most, and perhaps I would say you ignore completely. You are unaware of it. 10 billion tons. The shirt you're wearing is cotton, which was probably grown in Turkey, which was transported in another to be woven, and so. If we took the 10 billion tons, and people know virtually nothing about it, don't know. They just have a negative image about it. If sailors do this, it's what they do. It's not because they want to pollute. It's because they want to satisfy demand. So we need to progress becoming aware. I was a commander for 26 years, and I've seen things change, not only through constraints, but also through people's awareness. Let me take an example. We used to try to arrive as quickly as possible, and then we just sail around and around in circles until we could anchor, just to be on time. So through the awareness of sailors has developed a lot. Neolines now, today, everyone is persuaded, everybody's convinced that we need to reduce the amount of fuel. And everybody says the solution will be mixed. There isn't one single solution which is perfect. There's no magic wand. So it's a mixture of different energy sources. One has been doing the job for 5,000 years, and we stopped using about 120 years ago because it was replaced by a mechanical propulsion with fuel, which has two bad effects: the lack of independence and emissions. Luckily, our friends, I can see Yves Pallier, are those who sail for pleasure and for racing have developed knowledge, and luckily today we're able to implement that knowledge, and we know how to do routing. So the conviction of the founders of Neolines, my conviction is that today we can go back to sailing, to wind sailing, and use all these techniques which have developed over the past century. But we need to do things differently. The first choice of Neolines is to reduce the commercial speed. If you reduce it by 15 to around 15 knots, you halve the amount of energy you need. And then this 50% remaining energy that's required, there's a source which is almost inexhaustible, which is available everywhere. There are some areas that are better than others, but it's wind. It's free and it's available everywhere. And we know how to use it thanks to these technologies. So we have developed a proto project which I've been working on for 15 years. And this is the evolution of, the loaders are those who buy maritime transport. They have to export to India or the States or wherever, and so they buy transport from the sailing companies, and they have an awareness, which we're getting back to now, which has changed. 15 years ago, when I went to see these loaders, they said, "What's the extra cost?" They said, We don't talk about greenwashing. The word didn't even exist about 12 years ago. And they'd say, come back and see us. Today, you'll see some slides. We can see loaders and some well-known ones which are very aware, and industrial groups name people in charge of the environment to coordinate technical salespeople to work with us. So Neolines is a ship owners project. It's a shipping project by sailors whose conviction is that wind sailing is relevant. We have to create a new type of ship, and to be efficient, our conviction is that we can reduce energy by 18 to 90%. But to achieve this objective, we need to work. The team must be stakeholders in the design of the ship, in their nautical expertise, and in sales operating. How do you work with loaders and the transit people? So Neolines today is a project, 136 by 24 meters. It's a small boat, but which has the advantage that all of whose components exist today. Nothing you can see on this image is a prototype. The masts of this size exist. Everything already exists. So the disadvantage is this is small. It's not yet been scaled up, but it all exists. So the idea is to be commercially relevant, we will need to go and get freight where we can apply high prices. So, for example, oversized freight. Beneteau produces boats in Vendée and exports them to the United States. It's a huge market for them. And they export via Le Havre or Zeebrugge. So we will do it from Saint-Nazaire direct to Baltimore in the States, and that improves their supply chain. The other group that we're working with is Manitou, who you can see all these manufacturers who create oversized machinery, and so they can accept over pricing. The other loader with who we work is Renault. It's a small contract, just a small number of cars for the moment, on reusing second life batteries. You probably have heard the discussion about batteries, their life cycle, their destruction. And these batteries, even that they're discarded, they still have a great deal of potential. They're 2 megawatts. And so we do this in collaboration with Renault. And so Renault is also interested. I said that these liners are small because everything already exists. We're thinking now about the next type of boat. We're talking about 4,000 cars. So we needed to imagine this, go and see loaders, load them accordingly, and go to a windy area. The Atlantic is a good place where there are industries who produce things which are oversized, and go to ports which were not directly linked. So to go Saint-Nazaire, Baltimore, the merchandise has to be transferred several times. So our basic line, you can see here on the map, is Saint-Nazaire, Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon, Baltimore. These are outside the usual lines, so they suffer from overpricing and from bad transit times. And there are other possibilities, Charleston and Bilbao. That's the Neoline project. It's common sense. we don't necessarily need complex solutions. I've sailed around the world on large ships, and I know this ship. Another reason why we've reduced the size of that is because it uses 11,000 tons. That's the size of the largest sailing ship that used to exist. So you have to mistrust people who come with these big projects which don't exist yet. However, it is worth exploring. Obviously you need an engine for port maneuvers, but we use hydrogen and the next. And this. Thank you. I'd like to just add that I have three convictions. Firstly, wind power has true potential for the future, and I think technologically we're ready to. I was going to say this evolution, but such a return to the past. Secondly, there's not one solution when we talk about different forms of propulsion. We'll not talk about electric. Perhaps we'll talk about hydrogen as well. There are several solutions possible, and it's the combination of the solutions which will provide the significant gain in terms of reducing CO2 emissions and other atmospheric pollutants. And thirdly, and here this is state talking, I appreciate that Michel Perret, coming from Cherbourg, Yves is from Arcachon, we have know-how in this area. We have local know-how on wind power and ship owners who are committed. CGM and Yves Pallier for his project. So here too, we're in an ecosystem which is very favourable. And this is a good transition because we're now going to talk about the commitment and giving a value. In this provision, certain people commit faster than others. A question that we looked at with Surfrider officially, because this began in 2012 with a conference which took place in Biarritz. And the question was about how to valorize the environmental commitment of businesses beyond what is stipulated by regulations. So very quickly we realized that in France there was nothing that existed. We'll see that others were thinking about this in other places, and it seems very interesting to look at that. So we began to look with a partnership, Surfrider and France, on solutions for labels and certification, and this is what Antilia is going to now talk to us about.
Merci Eric et merci.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Giraud. Let me take this opportunity to thank I would like to thank Agathe. Where are you, Charlot? Marion, all the managers. Please help me. We've been working very hard for this pavilion. I'm forgetting Shabina, who is hiding behind a camera. She was here until 3 a.m. Thank you to all of you. It's not easy to say that we were like a surfer at the foot of the containers. There is a major challenge to make to make it possible for shipping to move towards ecology. This is what, when we first started with shipping, it was bitumen, heavy fuel on the beaches, and we didn't have a very good relationship with the shipping industry. Then in 2008, we had the Grenelle of the sea. We were able to get to know each other, to talk to each other, and to consider working together towards this ecological transition. Some surfboards are shipped in those containers across the ocean. So it's also important to make this connection, because maybe we keep saying that 90% of the goods used in our daily life are shipped across the oceans. A commitment by the stakeholders in a simple conversation, just looking at a chocolate, chocolate, maybe you'll recognize the colors of that brand. When I buy a bar of chocolate, I'm saying, oh, well, the producer is respected, no children are working to make it, this is quality. But how did this chocolate arrive to me? By plane, by ship? What was respected in the shipping? I don't know. There is no indication whatsoever in any label in either brand how did this chocolate come to me. So the challenge for us is to inform the passenger, to inform the consumer about the transportation mode. When you're a passenger, you normally know what type. You bought a ticket, you don't know the quality, you don't know the emissions, but you know more or less the airline you selected. When you're the consumer of a final product, you don't necessarily know that most of the cosmetics are shipped by plane because of the date of consumption. So there's a commitment to make only 1% of plane shipment, the rest by sea. You, as consumers, in a supermarket, in a shop, I'm thinking of a picture who only uses sea transport. The communication around that commitment to reduce the emissions is not obvious, is not made available to the public in a uniform way. And then there is the issue of the hinterland, of the intermodality. Once you have unloaded the goods at the port, what happens? We talked about supply chain. This object, which may be in a container or in a bulk, how does it come to us? The idea was to inform, to give the information so that the consumer, because we're millions of consumers, so that we can be, we can play a role, we can have our say in order to, so that the most polluting transportation mode, plane, be used less. And let's try to have a virtuous green shipping mode by sea. We said that maybe we didn't go far enough. Let's look at what's going on to inform the consumer. Let's look at the different labels. Okay, you have the green one. Doesn't mean recycling, but means I contribute. I pay a tax to inform on sorting out the garbage. Is it organic or not? And we've seen different labeling systems, Green Award, Clean Cargo. Who knows Green Award in the audience? Green Award. Okay, we have a Canadian shipper and a French shipper. Okay. Clean Cargo, a shipper. You as consumers, you do not know these labels. They they organize according to single criteria. We have criteria on the greenhouse gas effects, maybe on biodiversity. So we have a label which is a certification which we call B2B, business to business, but we, the consumer, 90% of the goods, in the end, we don't know we don't know where it comes from and how it arrived. So in the end, there is no labels for the consumer. And a label which, including all the environmental impacts, we don't know any of them. This is why we said maybe we should create a label, maybe we should create it and work with the shippers so that it's a label they accept, that they can promote, and also with the different brands so that they can display that label with the consumer. So we were able to have a campaign this year. There was also the European elections this year, and during this campaign, we launched the Voice for the Ocean project. This project enabled us to ask the future European electors. I'm talking to Catherine Charbot too. Once you're elected, what will be, in your eyes, the priority in Europe in terms of commitment for you? What is the priority? Okay, there microplastics came first. We mentioned that yesterday. Another topic in second position, and finally the third one was shipping, ocean shipping, after abandonment, elimination of fossil energies. Then we also asked the question to the 7,000 people who participated in the survey from 22 countries, if you had that information about how the goods are carried as a passenger, you're carried in a ferry, which is cautious about its emissions at port, would you change your behavior? We were surprised. It's a question where we had the most positive answers. 98% of people said, yes, if I had the information, I would change my behavior. This is where the civil society has its say to convey that information to the shippers. This information is necessary as a passenger, as a consumer, and you have to co-build it to go from the raw material to the finished product. Of course, you want to have closed circuits, but also since ocean transport of commodities such as coffee and cocoa can be done only by sea, let's do it in the most sustainable way possible. So we said, let's invent that label. We sat around the table with shippers, with the ports. We had tens of 10 or 20 meetings over 2 years. We said, what are the criteria? We need to have the greenhouse gas effect, of course. That's absolutely necessary. This is the main topic. Okay, greenhouse gases. Then do not throw out litter. Biodiversity collision, the release of invasive species. Let's find either criteria that do not exist. And currently, there is no label for the end of the life of the ship. When we work on ecology of a product, we normally say you analyze the life cycle of the product. There is the beginning and the end of the life is not integrated in the label. So the dismantling is not part of it. Other criteria, there are 7, I won't go into it. I could talk for hours, and I have 1 more minute. But this is why we wanted to invent something, and we did an efficient benchmark with Mr. Lafourcade, who is in the room and has been working with us for more than a year. We said there is something in Canada that seems to be working very well, and it includes all the criteria. We should contact them, and that's where we are. Thank you, Antibia. Let's give a big round of applause to Antibia for her presentation, also for her role in the organization of this conference. Thank you again, and congratulations. Mr. Gero must leave us. I'm going to blush and I'm going to be as red as my dress. Thank you, but it's all thanks to you.
I think the point of departure for our reflection is essential. It's our responsibility to integrate transport into our reflection the same way that we have integrated manufacturing. And once we have intermodal transport, once we've understood this reasoning and we've integrated transport into this debate, we'll be able to progress in France. We talked about mass production, for example, river transport instead of road transport. If people think it's of no importance, then it won't work. And this is a revolution that we're currently making take place. And I think this is very good progress. And this project has been carried for many years by Surfrider. If we looked abroad now, what's happening, what's been implemented in Canada, David Bolton is the Bolduc is the general director of Alliance Verte or Green Alliance. Thank you for the invitation to this very important conference on the eve of the G7. It's with great pleasure that I'm here to talk to you about this passionate subject, this question about labelization. This morning, the word isn't even quite the same thing in English and French. The great challenge is, I've got my challenge to summarize several years' work into just 7 minutes, starting from scratch. This is one of the most important maritime projects. I'm going to try to speak slowly so that everybody can understand my Quebec accent. This initiative is a program for environmental certification called Alliance Verte or Green Alliance, which is called Green Marine outside of Quebec. For the rest of the presentation, and as we're in France, I'm going to use Green Marine. The program was created by industry and for industry and is based on 2 basic principles. We talked before about going beyond statutory requirements and to have a culture of continuous improvement. Green Marine is a benchmarking tool enabling companies to measure their progression, and perhaps this is the most important aspect. Green Marine partnership between industry and several partners such as environmental groups and government, which I'll go back to in a few minutes. The Green Marine was launched in Quebec in 2007, and only covered the Saint Laurent and Great Lakes area. But from 2010 onwards, it's extended very quickly with companies who are certified in our certification program. And as you can see on the map here, each point represents a company which is certified. We're present throughout all the regions of Canada and the United States. There are 53 terminals and shipyards which are certified, 45 parks, and 35 ship owners for 132 companies. We call these participants. In terms of ship owners, you can see that we're looking at all types of ships, from the smallest to the largest, whether it be ferries, tugs, etc. And what is important to understand is that our certification is not for individual ships, it's a certification for companies, which gives much more flexibility, and we found this much more interesting to certify an entire fleet rather than just a couple of ships, a couple of individual ships, because companies, of course, are going to choose the most recent and high-performance vessels. So we want to improve the environmental performance of the entire industry and not just a few ships. The ship owners who join our program, environmental program, commit themselves to reducing their environmental impact and to measure their progression according to a series of environmental stakes. We began with 5 or 6 criteria, especially atmospheric emissions and CO2. But it's an evolutive program which is adapting to new technologies and to regulations and has grown. We look at residual matters as underwater noise pollution, with the protection of marine mammals. For each of the stakes, we measure the performance of the companies, the participants, with a very simple system, with 5 aspects. Each company can have from 1 to 5. Level 1 is the point of departure, and that's the legal minimum. All other actions and measures are going beyond regulation. So we have the next stage up is good practices. It's not too costly. It's not too complicated to implement. Level 3, we talk about a management and impact measurement plan. And here we ask participating companies to measure, to make an inventory of pollution and emissions. Level 4, it's more ambitious with the introduction of new technologies and more complicated practices. And level 5 is excellence and leadership. And that's the highest level that you can achieve in the program. It's a very simple but highly appreciated system because it's simple in terms of message. The steps for this in the certifying process are also very simple. All participants must self-assess themselves with a guide which is provided by us. A self-evaluation which is very credible, and then it's there's external verification, which is the next stage every 2 years, and each company must publish the results which are verified, and this leads to certification in our annual conference. You can see here an example of a report, of a performance report, which you can find on our website. I obviously understand you can't read the small writing here, but for each company, we can see the level achieved between 1 and 5 for each of the environmental criteria. It's very highly transparent, and thanks to the program and the measuring scale, we have 10 years of data available, which shows a true improvement by the participating companies. And transparency is an essential part of the program. If you're going to compare it to other programs mentioned, I will not repeat it. Go and see on their website. You will not find a lot of information concerning what is needed to be certified, and what are the criteria, what are the results. Everything on our website is accessible, so we're fully transparent, and this is one of our basic fundamentals. And another aspect of our approach is that it's collaborative. From the outset, our program was designed as a partnership with environmental groups and governments. it's the contrary of the program which was designed by industrialists. And we currently have around beyond more than 70 supporters. These are environmental groups and governments which support our initiative, and they don't only support it, they actually provide help and are part of the committees. They discuss with industry. And believe it or not, all the changes in the program, when we add new stakes and revise the program, are adopted by consensus. It's a process which can be very long, but the result is very credible because environmental groups have approved things upstream from the very outset of the process. And so, as Anthony was mentioned, we have had discussions recently with possibly using this label, green label, in Europe. These discussions, we were impressed by the level of organisation here, the level of dialogue, which is very advanced between the different players, between environmental groups, the government, and the industries. And we are very optimistic about prospects in the future years, and we think in a few months we'll be able to have French ship owners who will be certified, who will have Green Marine certification. Thank you, Mr. Boduk, for that talk. This proves that a certification process can work very well with companies, and on a positive note, this provides a very positive perspective for the future. We're now going to move on to the questions, so don't hesitate to ask your questions on the subjects which we haven't been able to cover in our talks, different types of propulsion and commitments described. Who would like to take the floor first?
Nathalie de Wilder, I'm a citizen. Thank you for this roundtable, which was really fascinating. I learned many things. One of the issues is the volume. We talk about alternatives, but also how do we work on the volumes? Do we need 98% of what we consume has to go that route? I can answer part of the answer, give you part of the answer. One of the main messages of our association, as I said in my presentation, is also to focus short circuits, to promote the purchase close to you of food. This is what we consume most in all the products, and also reuse. We have to be realistic in the fact that currently, if I ask you to raise your hand between the tea consumers and coffee consumers, we necessarily consume one or the other, and these products come from elsewhere, come from far away. They're also cultural exchange. And the idea is through that import-export activity, let's see how ship it at best or make a decision to do without it. This is why it's interesting, because in the end, another leverage is through us, the consumer. Is up to us to choose a product that comes from far away, or to use a product that is transported in a better way. So let's try to do a better, or to even have a disruptive technology, which might be a revolution towards what we had before. I want to be optimistic. 50% for 2050 and not more. Why not more? I think we can do it. We must tend to it. All statistics show a growth of the shipping in the coming years. So all the provisions, we have to act. Naturally, I agree with what you said. Today, containers is everything that can be in containers, even more. 23,000 EVP, that means 40,000 tons of. Do we have to carry that? Now we have containers full of coal. It's stupid. Today, a container, if you live in Paris, you want to move to China, you're going to pay more to take your container from Paris to Le Havre than from Le Havre to Shenzhen. So, of course, proximity, but all container, the balance is from a main port to main port. The 23,000 container ship doesn't go in all ports. So you have the pre-shipping and the post-shipping, and all the filtering is not taken into account. This 23,000-ton container ship cannot go anywhere, so you have to build a deep water ports. You have to build special cranes. I'm sorry, but Mr. Giraud left. He could have explained, but container is a good idea, but all containers is the wrong way. Other questions? I'm sure that someone wants to ask a question. Yes, Jacques. Thank you for your presentation. Can you tell us more about hydrogen and the possibilities as an alternative? Maybe for Mr. Perry, I don't know if you're working on that. I think that when talking with the shippers here, they said that currently it represents, it's something important. Hydrogen. As all fuels, there's a problem of supply, and hydrogen is not available everywhere. Its impact depends on the way it was produced. You're all aware of that. And then hydrogen is explosive. It's not flammable. It's explosive. So storage on board, it's an issue. For to have 250 kilowatts for 24 hours, it weighs 10 tons. So there is a limit of volume and mass. We are not ready today from a technological point. It is changing. Other reason in shipping is that the quality of the air is very important, and the salt air atmosphere with the high salt content is not very good. So there are groups of 250 kilowatts in the Baltic Sea with short routes, so they can resupply very often. So we're working on it. Catherine? Thank you. I have a remark and a question. In a sail propulsion, there's also the rigid wings. What is being developed on Marin Tettegem, and which is now being experimented in Energy Observer. Jacques' question, I share your idea, Eric, that you need a mix with a sail and a traction wing, as if Parlier can develop rigid wings. But for the fuel issue, you need to. It's a political choice to equip the ports. If you have a GNL, you need to have supply in the port. So a state has to decide, or the European Union makes a decision to select that LNG or hydrogen. So my question is, LNG is a transition energy, but at the supranational level, can't we make decisions at the European level, can't we select hydrogen in the longer term, but strategically, can't we agree on a given energy? I think that first of all, there's a word we haven't mentioned, which is research and innovation. Innovation is essential. Today, we talk about 2050, but in the end, it's a bet on the future. We say within 20 or 30 years, we will have technologies that we don't have today. So it's a bet, it's a risk, but I understand the approach. It means that today we invest, and this is where we have to invest on innovation. And we were talking about hydrogen. Maybe there are other fuels, methane or others. We don't know the solutions today, but we have to invest in research. And this is missing today. There are programs, but they need a global vision. I think the first step is research and innovation, to answer your question. Then supplying, when you have identified a mode of new mode like LNG, the ports have to be equipped. France is lagging behind other countries in Europe. It's not only an ecological challenge, it's an economic challenge, because the ports that are late, that are running behind, will lose traffic. If it's not Marseille, it will be Barcelona. So it's politically, it's very important to take that into account. I have to answer. Working on, we have to get fuel. Maybe we should get less. And there's huge possibility if you work on bulb is the nose in front of the ship, in the work on the eco-design of the hull, on the hull paint, whether they're hydrodynamic or not, work on routing, on the weather. So there are many parameters beyond the fuel. It's not only what I consume, but how I consume it, by having solar panels. The Solaris project with rowing and sun power, you have that in the cartoons. So there are many possibilities to be discovered to reduce consumption. I don't quite agree with Eric. There are already funds available to facilitate this research. I remember sending a mail this summer to the shippers. There are European funds currently available for alternative propulsion. I would be curious to know who knows who applied for the funds, who knows it's available. I think that the deadline to apply was this week or next week. It's funds are available. But in the teams, in the shipping companies, they don't watch, and there is not a huge communication from the Commission to make them available. So even the French state should facilitate this information to the shippers to promote, so that shippers can apply to have funds for ecological transition. We had a meeting at the beginning of the year with the European Commission. The DG Research made a presentation of these European funds and said, we didn't have enough applicants, we haven't used the envelope, and there were ecological transition fund. So we have envelopes, we have budgets. They're not used. They're not being used. You need engineering to go get them, but the sensitivity of the European funds to promote these alternative solutions do exist. And I hope it will increase with the latest commitments of the last president of the European Commission. What we want is what we want more is a disruptive innovation. There is a question behind Catherine. I would like to thank you for your presentation and this pavilion in general on the ocean. I have a question on certification, the green marine certification. What is the impact on the consumer? Have you seen, does that label have a real impact on the consumer's choice in terms of products? Our label originally was not designed for the consumer in mind. The label was not designed to put a logo on an item in a shop. It was just a commitment to improve environmental behavior. It is more and more well known and recognized even by the public at large, even if that was not our original target, especially for ferry operators, because they transport people, and the fact that they can prove their environmental commitment to concrete action and to be able to display it on the ships. This is extremely interesting for this type of companies. Other questions? You understood everything. You're going to look at where your clothes, how your clothes came here. We should ask Gilles to make his speech again, the one he gave yesterday, including shipping now. We're talking about the chocolate bars. TOWT, a French company, is restarting, relaunching all the ships to carry tea, coffee, alcohol, and wine in its ships. So they're non-perishable commodities. But commercially, it's feasible, and this model is and it's being done on the Atlantic facade. So there are more and more initiatives, and this is 100% sail in terms of propulsion. I have a question for Antidia. We talk about reducing the speed. What do you think? Speed reduction is one parameter among others to reduce the emissions. In my eyes, it's the easiest to implement because it doesn't require any investment. You don't need any special equipment. You just have to raise your foot. It's easy to implement, especially since you know that you are in overcapacity. There's a double interest. It's both reducing emissions, but also to manage the overcapacity. The slower you go, the more ships you need. Through these cycles, we regulate the flow of transport. For the time being, it's not working. It was supposed to be a measure. It doesn't require investment, so it was supposed to be easy to adopt by the International Maritime Association. like the UN for ships. It's going to come back by the end of the year in the negotiations. For us, it's not the only solution. For us, the speed reduction is a first step, but we need to go to technological disruptions. The wind, you don't need storage. There is also the issue of routing, weather. More and more startups are making. Paula mentioned it. There are many technological solutions with the assistance of satellites to find the route. The skippers do that. Even Catherine know what I'm talking. To go as fast as possible to find the best route, even if it's a little longer. To promote the economy of shipping. Yes, slow steaming, but not only. It's a question from an internaut. What about the ship transportation of chemicals, toxic goods? And when we say toxic, we think oil, petroleum. There are two issues: are there bulks in bulk or in containers? In our approach, when we started working on the label, to be honest, I was not in favor of saying let's have a label on an oil tanker. But if you exclude them, it means that they are excluded, that they're not going to make any commitment. So if excluding them is, they're not going to question their model. So for us, it's important that the oil shippers, it's not easy to talk with them, and they're happy that we talk with them. They have to ask the question also. They have to question their own propulsion model, their own economic model. It's important not to exclude them. Then there is the issue of chemicals, nuclear products. They're often in containers, and they can be found at sea. We had an episode with Grande America where we have sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid that are released at sea, and sometimes, because we're talking about potentially hazardous chemicals, your perfume in your bathroom is a flammable, potentially hazardous product. So all these products are in containers, and they should be better. They should be. We should have a better knowledge of their storage on board, what we call ship planning, to have a better knowledge. Having companies who take into account the risk of hazardous materials, that declare it. For nuclear products, there are many medical products which are radioactive. They are carried for humanitarian reasons. So if you have a complete transparency on this containerization, it's also very important. Mr. Bolduc, have you taken this reality into account? It's an excellent answer. It reflects what we think. We come from the industry, so we cannot be a referee to decide which product is good or is not good. Regardless of the carrier, of the terminals, we're going to develop criteria with the environmental groups to make sure that they operate in the most environmentally friendly way. This issue was raised with coal terminals, should we exclude them from our certification? No, of course not. These companies, they want to improve their environmental balance, so it's our role to help them. So you kept everybody around the table. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Jacques, a quick question. 30 seconds. It's a remark on what you were saying about slow steam. It depends on the type of ship, because they're all different. In the workshop, we were saying that there are problems for the containers or the ferries. They have a time constraints or even an economic model. So it goes much beyond that the choice to slow down or not. That's last remark. A micro question. The label Alliance Verte, does it take into account the end of the life of the ships? The answer is yes. No, not for the time being. Soon. The answer is soon. You saw the list of all the environmental challenges that we are working on. The ship dismantling is a new indicator we're working on. It's there is a working group on that, working on it for 2 years, and in a few months, probably by the end of the year, you'll be able to see it in our website. This indicator is based on the Hong Kong Convention, which is not effective yet. So we want to reward all the companies which are going to apply the convention, even though it's not in force yet. I would like to thank all the participants. Thank you, Surfrider, for the organization of this event. And I would like to thank the climate platform that they worked a lot with Surfrider to make these actions possible and to make you understand the interaction between shipping, ocean, and climate. Thank you.
Voilà. Juste, on va très vite enchaîner, mais on vous laisse vraiment 2 minutes.
You have 2 minutes to have a drink, whatever, and we're back here in 2 minutes.
Voilà, nous allons... Oui. Je vais faire pour toi. Et toi, tu les appelles. Voilà, s'il vous plaît, si vous pouvez...
Back to work. We're now going to continue with the second roundtable discussion about the blue economy with Emmanuel Marie Peton, who is in charge of the French Maritime Cluster, which is part of the Climate Forum. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you. It's good because our roundtable is also a bit of a break because we're going to tell some stories. We're going to continue in French, so I would like to call up our speakers to explain how we can make the sea economy greener. Perhaps we should make the whole economy bluer. I'd like to ask Olivier Grabet, Marlene Kianowski, Laurie Debove, and Chad Nelson, the CEO of Surfrider USA. If you would like to follow the translation, then please take a headset. Thank you to all the speakers for coming to Surfrider, and thank you to Surfrider for dedicating such a space during the G7 meeting to the maritime economy. It's been a pleasure for me and personally, and via the cluster and the platform. In several meetings, I can see several people I know, and this type of meeting enables us to bring together industrialists, civil society, NGOs, and this is what enables us to come up with propositions for governments. But we can see that sometimes economic players don't, their intention is not to pollute, but they need encouraging. The scientists need to know what the field of what civil society thinks and what business thinks in programs which are not just greenwashing. So we have meetings and events like the previous roundtable where we see specific actions which have been implemented. For this final session, we wanted to talk about the blue economy, and perhaps if you can go on to the first slide to give you a figure. The OECD explained that the world sea economy weighs 1,500 billion in 2015, and this figure will be, by 2030, $3,000 billion US dollars. And by 2030, we're not just simply, we're talking about operating the sea. We're talking about people's needs in terms of food, energy, needs in terms of logistics. We talked about this before. Mobility, leisure. Town like Biarritz, we know what leisure is. The air has to be clean. Chad is going to talk about this a bit later. So there's a double challenge here. How can we give the ocean the place it deserves? A planet with 9 billion is a complicated thing. 2/3 of the planet are ocean. So how can we develop in a green manner? And taking into account the fragile, the sea, which is so fragile. It has suffered a lot, and these are activities which must also take into consideration the environment, very specific environmental stakes, and all the work that the platform Ocean Climate has been doing. And this knowledge is essential for the activities we're going to talk about. We are in the logic here is that notions satisfy our needs, but in order to achieve this, we need to respect the ocean. More than ever, in work which is necessary so that altogether, the industrialist, scientific community, civil society, we can all work together to achieve a future of the sea, the maritime economy, which can only develop if it is green and respects the environment. What I would like to propose is that we give the floor over immediately to Laurie Debove with the movement On est prêt, or We're Ready. She's going to present this movement. When we talk about greening the blue economy, we're talking about greening the economy, and to be even greening the blue economy is even more specific. Thank you.
So thank you. I'm representing the We Are Ready movement. It's a citizen movement that was launched in November last year to launch a major awareness campaign around climate for 30 days. Every day there was a challenge. It could be an individual challenge, a collective challenge, with hundreds of thousands of people who followed us and supported us in this citizen movement. The end of this climate campaign was a signature of the petition L'Affaire du siècle, with 2 million signatures against the state for its inaction in front facing the current climate crisis. If I was invited here today, is to represent the civil society, not as the NGO, but really the civil society as individuals who are awakening to the social and economic and climate crisis. We're talking about energy today. The ocean is a resource and opportunity for us. The ocean needs to be protected, and it's about to suffocate. So we represent the more and more awareness on the seriousness of the situation. Personally, you know, the day in August, the day when you ate up all your resources, it was in August. It was the day of my birthday. Everybody started getting mobilized, and today, this year, it was in July. It's interesting to see how much we overexploit the resources of our ecosystems and the ocean. In the only year, that day was in 2009. So this day represents the failure of our Western economic model. And we needed a world economic crisis to since 1982 so this ecological depth day, you see how when we talk about the ocean as opportunity, we think of the ocean as a living entity that must be protected, and the only economy in our sense would be an economy of protection and regeneration of the ocean. Thank you for this call for sobriety. Chad, as a CEO of Surfrider United States, your relationship to the ocean, your relationship with the living, your vision from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, how do you live this commitment on a daily basis?
I guess, are you asking me the question about sort of what I do on my daily basis in terms of living up to the commitment of Surfrider?
Yeah. First and after, your position with energy transition and consumption.
Yeah.
You deal with oil and gas, ocean drillings in USA.
Yvon Chouinard, the founder of Patagonia, who's an icon of sustainability, he says live an examined life. And what he means by that is that you think through your decisions and the impact they're going to have, whether you're using a single-use plastic bottle or unnecessarily using energy or eating seafood that's not sustainable. And I think at a broad level, that's a really impactful. It sounds simple, but if you really think through all of the consumption decisions you make in your life, I think you'll pretty quickly realize that you're participating in this sort of overconsumption that's leading to us using those resources, almost before half the year. So I think that's what I try to do.
Okay, and dealing with this overconsumption, you are working hard with ocean drillings for changing this consumption of energy.
Yeah, I have sort of 2 points about greening the blue economy. The first one is, I think we need to consider coastal tourism and recreation as a part of the blue economy. As a Surfrider Foundation here and in Europe, we represent ocean users and ocean lovers, and you need a clean and healthy ocean in order to participate in coastal recreation and tourism. So it really is a greening of the blue economy. If we based our coastal economies around coastal tourism and recreation, it would require that. And if you think about why the G7 is here, why did they pick Biarritz to come to? Of all the places they could pick, well, they chose Biarritz because it has a beautiful coastline. and it has a rich ocean and coastal culture, whether it's fishermen or the surfers. So they inherently love and value and appreciate this place and this coastline and the ocean that we're adjacent to in making that pretty significant decision. And that's why we think, thanks to Surfrider Europe, they should be centering some of their conversation around the importance of protecting places like this. And their economic engines. In the United States, coastal and ocean tourism is the #1 destination of all Americans. They visit the coast about 50 billion times a year if you add up all the visits across the population. And they generate $141 billion in economic contribution, which is larger than any other sector of ocean use, almost by 3 to 10 times. So it's very crucial. And sadly, what's happening, and what Antidia asked me to talk about, was the fact that the Trump administration right now, instead of greening the blue economy in the United States, is trying to blacken it. And they're trying to do that by opening our coast to offshore drilling. So there's currently a proposal to open up all US coastlines, Alaska included, to offshore drilling. So instead of looking for green alternatives to producing energy in the United States, sadly we're now confronted with fighting a horrible sort of proposition that not only will have incredible impact to our coastlines ecologically, it obviously impacts to tourism and recreation. We can see that every time there's a spill. And those have been experienced here too, with the tanker spills, whether it was Erica or the Prestige, where hundreds of millions of dollars of impact are made to coastal tourism and recreation and to the ecology. So we're in a place right now where we're actually opposing offshore drilling around the coastlines. It's a really significant battle. And the good news around that is there's an incredible mobilization. Millions of people have signed petitions against those and rallied around the country. And also because coastal and ocean tourism is so strong, it's actually become a bipartisan issue, which is incredibly rare in the United States right now. So you have these southeastern states, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, which are very red states. They're Trump states opposing offshore drilling. You have the 2 senators of Florida, Rubio and Scott, who are Trump supporters, writing him letters asking him not to open drilling up in Florida. And it's because of the importance of this coastal and ocean tourism economy that they know their states depend on. And as a result of that, we currently have very good news. In the last 6 weeks, we've been told at least they're going to delay this plan until after the 2020 election. So it's a temporary but short-term win for us. And it's actually a real credit to grassroots organizing, Surfrider mobilizing their people, but many other organizations too. And another demonstration that civic society and NGOs can have a really huge impact. If you told me 2 years ago when the plan was proposed that would happen, I would have said it was unlikely. I thought we were heading to court. So that's the current fight we're in. We're sort of moving backwards in some senses. On the flip side, the good news is there are, I think the United States is behind Europe pretty significantly, but there are efforts to move towards renewable ocean energy. So under the Obama administration, we were doing marine spatial planning along the east coast of the United States, which is the most sort of opportunity for wind energy currently. And one of the first wind farms is being built off Massachusetts right now, which will be the first significant offshore energy project in the United States, and there's other plans off New York and the Southeast. So it's actually very encouraging. I think we're winning the battle against offshore drilling, which I should mention too, outside of all the coastal and recreation impacts and ecological impacts, is obviously pumping more oil and natural gas out of the ground, which we need to leave in there to stabilize climate, and starting to move to renewable ocean energy. And I think we have a ways to go in the United States, but at least we're heading in that direction, and it's pretty clear that the public will is heading in that direction. So I'm pretty optimistic despite this silly fight we're having over offshore drilling.
Thank you, Chad. So you were talking, and we have two speakers here who can explain how they make this transition. Donc je me tourne maintenant vers
Turn now to Marlène and to Olivier, who are industrialists and who clearly are making this transition in this era of consumption of petrol The transition requires a vision for an energy mix. We talked a lot about the roundtable. If we want cleaner shipping, what is the energy mix for these vessels? Who produces the energy? Where is it stored? Who produces the ships? It's not a small, minor subject. And for all of human activities, this is very important. So, Olivier, I'm turning to you first because as a network, a land network operator, you are new to the sea. And so you have a vision of the energy mix of consumption. And you seem to be very sober about this. For us, being successful at the energy transition is for a larger challenge. There cannot be, and if you want to be a major player in terms of energy, if you can't, this is not possible if you don't take interest in if you're not interested in the energy transition. Globally, this requires a systemic approach, and the first point is to better understand, to act. For too long, electricity was presented as something which is very complicated. Don't worry, press a button, it works. Someone will take care of it for you. So we won't make the energy transition without thinking about the link between our action and the consequences. This requires making transparent and relevant information available. On apps on smartphones can show you what the energy mix is. The second is electricity is something which is a support for solidarity which needs to cover the entire territory. And we shouldn't oppose territories, but we need to bring them together. There's lots of debate on local level, Europe. We have to do both local and also exchange with larger networks. You're in a region which is very close to Spain. Every day there are exchanges of energy exchanges with Spain, and that reduces the need to produce energy. The maritime environment is rather new for us, with two dimensions: developing interconnections, links between different countries, and there's a certain number of European projects which go through the sea. For example, with Spain, with England, with Ireland, and each of the European countries which has a coastline. There's this interconnection, so we need to understand the need for this interconnection. And also developing marine energies. These marine energies it's a new space, and I come back over this on the complexity. There is no, and perhaps it's contradictory, for a part of our 75 of our revenue is linked directly to the volume of energy we transport. But we nevertheless say that we have to work with a lot of sobriety. We need to be efficient. Europe has objectives about how fridges will consume less, but we have to look at how this influences personal choices. So we need to change our relationship with energy, including with things that maybe seem a long way away. The architecture of electricity markets, which enable energy exchanges. So, for example, if you have solar panels, for example, you have solar panels, you have too much electricity, then you could transfer the surplus to a member of your family in the north of France. So integrating this complex system, our method, and I'm not going to go into Maran's method. We need to, it's not just enough to divide it into different bits and everybody takes parts of their own. We need to develop our ability to interact with people who we perhaps don't know so much. So through demanding partnerships with people who are a long way from us. I put on the side our megawatt friends. We didn't necessarily have the same ideas as them to start with. And I want to say that we have done some really good work with them. And for example, with the Surfrider, our work is based on a demand and the will to do things to build something together. Firstly, for people in my company and in all companies, there are people who are in charge of making these links. Perhaps so sometimes it's in the CSR department of companies, but they're the ones who are moving the company's red lines. People don't immediately adhere to these ideas, so we have to move slowly and consciously make choices with a full understanding of what's behind them. Thank you, Olivier. Your slide really does summarize the academic side and the alternative research, the construction by civil society, a new vision of the energy market. You talked a lot about this notion of decentralization, decentralizing energy produced in a decentralized manner, energy produced in other ways. Marlon, moon energy. You have a very particular activity. Perhaps you're known by people in the region, but perhaps you'll have an open day in Bordeaux. This is something you could envisage with Surfrider. Could you tell us about these OMRs, about these technologies? Not everybody understands exactly what they are. What is this technology? And somebody who talks about transition requires time. And this is a message you want to get over.
Parler des choses que vous ne verrez pas sur R2 Mix, EcoMix, si vous avez l'application de RTE. Je vais plutôt parler des choses que RTE n'a pas encore raccordées. C'est pas faute d'avoir travaillé dessus depuis de très nombreuses années. Donc les énergies marines, je ne sais pas à quel point vous êtes familiers, j'en vois certains d'entre vous qui connaissent ça certainement par cœur. Donc les énergies marines, c'est les énergies océaniques plus l'éolien en mer. Je vais peut-être commencer par l'éolien en mer puisque c'est l'énergie la plus mature aujourd'hui. Donc c'est pas vraiment utiliser la ressource de l'océan, mais plutôt l'énergie du vent disponible en mer, ce qui n'est pas tout à fait la même chose. Alors en France, on a coutume de dire qu'on est très en retard. On est en train tout d'un coup de rattraper un petit peu notre retard puisque donc on a 3600 mégawatts désormais qui ont été attribués, ce qui représente 7 parcs français. Un parc d'éoliennes, c'est 40 à 60 éoliennes à peu près, avec des puissances unitaires qui ont énormément évolué en peu de temps. Et on a parfois entendu le gouvernement comparer un parc éolien avec une tranche nucléaire, tant la puissance du vent en mer est importante et permet quand même une stabilité très importante malgré le côté variable de cette ressource. Donc l'étape d'après, j'ai quand même précisé que donc, nous, avec nos 3600 mégawatts attribués, c'est-à-dire pas encore construits, tout de même en bonne voie puisqu'on arrive à épuisement des recours. Donc 2020-2021, on verra les premières éoliennes être installées. Il faut savoir qu'en Europe, on est à plus de 18 000 mégawatts installés, fonctionnant. Donc on est quand même un petit peu loin du sujet. Hein. Je pense que de ce point de vue-là, les États-Unis n'ont pas à rougir de leur avancée sur cette filière. Quelque chose qui plaît beaucoup en France, notamment en termes de planification spatiale et de conciliation des usages, puisque nous, on est aussi les derniers arrivés sur l'espace maritime, donc il faut aussi conjuguer avec tous les précédents usagers. C'est l'éolien flottant. L'éolien flottant, ça remplit plein de promesses, puisque ça suit en fait tout simplement les courbes de production de l'éolien posé, mais ça permet d'aller plus loin des côtes. Alors aujourd'hui, on n'est pas encore sur des technologies qui sont complètement matures. Il y a plusieurs types de flotteurs qui sont à l'étude pour pouvoir maintenir en surface une éolienne qui pèse quand même assez lourd avec des tailles comparables à la Tour Eiffel. Donc vous imaginez un peu ce que ça peut représenter sur l'eau. Et donc ces éoliennes-là permettront d'aller un petit peu plus loin des côtes. là où les fonds sont supérieurs à 40 mètres, ce qui n'est pas le cas avec des éoliennes qui sont posées et qui sont en fait fixées sur le fond. Là-dessus, en termes de projet, on est plutôt bien, puisqu'on a déjà 4 projets de fermes qui sont pilotes. Donc là, on ne parle pas de 40 à 60 machines, mais plutôt de 3-4 éoliennes, où on va tester du coup différents flotteurs avec différents consortiums. Donc il y a un projet en Bretagne et puis 3 projets sur la Méditerranée. En Méditerranée, on n'a pas trop fait le choix de l'éolien posé, puisque les fonds tombent très vite. Donc l'éolien est aussi une belle promesse pour ces régions maritimes qui n'étaient pas encore vraiment servies. Et par rapport au reste du monde, on est totalement pionnier, puisque un projet existe en Écosse, c'est High Wind Scotland, avec 30 MW installés. Et puis quelques projets démonstrateurs entre le Japon et le Portugal, mais là-dessus, voilà, la France est plutôt un bon élève. Alors quand on a parlé de l'éolien, qui est pas tout à fait une énergie marine, on passe à l'hydrolien en termes de maturité, donc les plus proches du marché. L'hydrolien, en effet, a connu une histoire assez chaotique. Alors l'hydrolien, c'est plein de choses en fait. C'est utiliser les courants de marée, c'est la seule constante, ou les courants fluviaux. Par contre, on a affaire à des machines qui sont très puissantes, de l'ordre du mégawatt, et qui sont plutôt des immeubles en fait qu'on immerge dans l'eau ou qu'on fait flotter également. Et on parle aussi de petites puissances qui sont un peu notre coup de cœur chez Énergie de la Lune, puisqu'on exploite un site de test pour les machines de petite puissance. Donc là, on a plutôt affaire à des machines qui sont de petite taille, qu'on peut installer dans des fonds de moins de 10 mètres, quand pour les autres machines qu'on peut trouver sur des sites de Paimpol-Bréa ou de Ouessant, on a plutôt des dispositifs assez importants. Donc je disais une histoire un peu chaotique, puisque là on a eu des grands industriels de renom, de l'éolien en mer d'abord et d'autres filières industrielles qui ont un peu jeté l'éponge petit à petit. Il faut savoir que l'hydrolien, c'est une énergie qui est un peu complexe à exploiter, puisque les poches de gisement hydroliens sont extrêmement localisées. La mecque des courants en France, c'est le Raz Blanchard en Normandie ou le passage du Fromveur en Bretagne. En dehors de ces spots, on n'a malheureusement pas beaucoup de choses à exploiter. Donc pour les grands acteurs de l'énergie, ils ont peut-être décidé que c'était pas forcément si intéressant que ça en termes de peut-être de chiffre d'affaires généré. Et on sent une sorte de tournant où finalement c'est plus les entreprises de taille moyenne qui s'intéressent à cette filière. Alors dans le petit hydrolien, on n'a toujours eu que des petites start-up, mais même dans le grand hydrolien, on parle d'HydroQuest, on parle de Sabella, on parle d'elles comme des pépites, puisque c'est des PME, alors les PME qui grossissent, et qui arrivent à continuer à trouver du financement pour installer leur projet. Donc on espère que tout ça trouvera les faveurs du gouvernement bientôt, puisqu'aujourd'hui dans la programmation pluriannuelle de l'énergie, on n'a pas été très très bien servi. On a beaucoup de choses à prouver, évidemment en termes de maturité technologique, aussi en termes d'impact environnementaux. C'est tout à fait le rôle d'un site d'essai que de démontrer que les machines n'ont pas d'impact sur l'environnement. On teste tout ça, bien entendu, avant de prétendre en faire des fermes de production. Et voilà, les choses avancent à leur...
Things are progressing, not as fast as we would like, but we're hoping, we have lots of hopes for the future. Another technologies is the swell energy. It consists of using the swell energy. This resource is full of promise, because you know that swell at sea is available. It's so obvious, this power of the sea that you could exploit with an swell energy recovery system. It's not that simple. There is many activity going on. We haven't found the disruptive technology. Some labs are still working on it. We are patiently waiting for this technology to come out of the water. We're looking at all the tests, but there's still some work to do. And finally, other technologies you may have heard about, the sea thermal energy, where you exploit the difference in gradient temperature between the surface waters and the deep waters. It's about 25 degrees difference and also the osmotic energy, where you exploited the difference in the salinity gradient. So we're still at the research and development stage. Thank you, Marlene. So keep the microphone to explain what Cineo is doing. You were talking about SMEs of small projects to go to test the technologies. Cineo is an acronym that you can, it's hard to develop. Estuary site experimental and national for optimization of hydro projects. This project comes from an engineer. He would have liked to be here today, but he's in Brest in a campaign. So this is why I'm replacing him today. This project brought together many actors. There are about 20 private and public actors around the project, which is located in the estuary of Gironde in Bordeaux, in a very interesting area to have tide currents, strong tide currents, up to 3.5 meters per second under the bridge around the. So we have 3 locations with an electrical connection and environmental services to support the turbine developers so that they can do all the mechanical, energy, and environmental tests to later deploy the project at a greater scale. The turbine manufacturer, when he has a test site, he doesn't have to think about the electrical connection, which is a major issue at sea. We're talking about small power, so we're working with Enedis. So the design of a cable is it's a big issue. So we don't have to worry about that during the tests. Thank you. So, Olivier.
Turn back to Olivier. So when we talk about connectivity at sea, there's perhaps it's RTE which is in charge of this, and there are 2 farms which have now connected. You're going to now connect these to the substations, and this is what enables us to better integrate it in the landscape with other players involved. And there's the environmental impact aspect. There are cables. You want to think about how to integrate these cables in future wind farms. We can see it in the inventory of all the sources of energy that the maritime world provides, especially in diverse, it's very diverse. Renewables are often accused of not being reliable and are only providing marginal amounts of electricity. But this is also what will enable us tomorrow to have a much more renewable a mix. If we have an energy transition, it's because if we want to do this, it's the way we use and develop technologies is essential. Already, all the important projects we're carrying out use eco-design so that from the very first reflection, we think about the global project right through to the end of the life cycle. And so all the stages of the project have the global, minimal global impact. The target, and it's far from being utopia, is to go from a reducing impact to, instead of reducing the impact, to actually regenerating the environment. But this needs to be thought from the very beginning. And there's something we've been working on a lot. through all the different biomimicry methods, we're trying to reconcile technology and the environment. In the beginning, it was a long way from objects and skills that we had. So this forces you to open up your circle of partnerships. I've discovered things I didn't know before, because we're interested in this, in the question of connecting floating wind farms. So to have a floating cable is not easy. We try to take inspiration from algae, from nature, and the geometric shape of certain algae to have a naturally designed cable which stabilizes itself to avoid certain constraints. Because when cables are at the bottom, rather than going and injecting lots of concrete, it would be better for nature to do part of the work for us. And that's why we took inspiration from the gardener crab. There's enormous potential here, because it's an excellent idea to have organized this event along with the G7. If I have a wish, I hope that the leaders, the politicians, will make a commitment to this research into biomimicry. If only 10% of research subsidies which went into classical technologies were sent to biomimicry, we would be able to find so many solutions to the problems which we are facing. Thank you for that call, Olivier. I can see, Chad, you have a PhD, you know the ocean in terms of the green transition, renewables and biomimicry for their development. What is Surfrider's reaction, and as Surfrider and as a scientist, what is your reaction to that?
Sure, thank you. I think, first of all, in terms of ocean renewable energy, there's been a lot of reaction initially inside our organization in the United States. It was very split. Some people said, yes, this is a great new source of green energy. The other side said, this is an industrialization of the ocean, and we shouldn't do that. I think, first, given the climate emergency we're in, that debate should go on its side. But that said, there are real impacts from ocean renewable energies. Those cables emit electromagnetic frequencies, which are used by a number of animal species to navigate, sharks and others. There's substrate impacts on the ground when you install something or you put cables in, which are going to grow, substrate's going to grow on it. And also, depending on where you site them, you could be replacing some other ocean use, whether it's a fishing site or used for recreation for sailing, or even if it's close enough to the coast for surfing and paddling and other things. But we think that, we need to approach these projects through civil society positively and strive to work with organizations to help them succeed in these projects. And I think at the end of the day, there's two things that these companies can do to help advance that. One is to engage the public and stakeholders early and often before they have a chance to react negatively, the fishermen, the surfers, the other ocean recreation groups, the environmental community. And I think if you do that, you tend to get positive results. And the other is to develop an adaptive management plan. So as we learn what's happening, if we see impacts, the groups are committed to responding to those in a way to try to minimize them. Biomimicry is, I couldn't agree more on that topic. I mean, in California, I don't know if you have it here, the abalone. It's like a snail that we eat. It's a big snail. It has a shell like this, and it's a delicacy. Well, the abalone has the mother of pearl on the inside, the shiny silver. It's one of the strongest, lightest substances sort of known to man, and it's created at cold temperatures with natural ingredients. And once its life is over, it degrades back into the earth. Imagine if we were constructing our world with things like that, instead of things that require heat, energy, toxic chemicals, and everything else. So congratulations for sort of thinking through those principles for this kind of project.
Alors Marlène, je me tourne vers toi quand Chad.
Arlen, I'd like to turn to you when Chad talks about deploying a marine energy project at sea. There's knowledge. What with all these environmental criteria? What's happening? Either laying concrete on the bottom of the sea, or it's going to pollute. So how do we manage to get to know the physical environment, the chemical environment, the fauna, the flora, to make sure that biomimicry is used here too for biomimicry? Is there anything that you can do to propose any ambitiously for scientific research? Perhaps Catherine will also have an idea, because when you went around France, this was one of your responsibilities, mediating with scientists. If Françoise Gall was here, she would talk about this too. There's a lot of questions being asked, and I think that perhaps you could answer these.
It's many questions with many answers. But marine spatial development, work on that in Paris. That's the first answer to the concerns you raise. When we're working on new things, nobody has the answer alone. So we need to talk with people we don't always agree with. I feel I'm talking for the industry now. We are a small 5-person office, but we're still very small. So planning, because each site is very different. It's obvious that installation of a windmill park at sea has environmental consequences. It's obvious. But during the operational phase, we have positive impacts that we must develop. We have artificial reefs at the basis of the windmills. We've worked a lot to authorize the traffic and navigation in the parks, and fishing also. But we have to talk with the users to settle that. The role of public authorities, we welcome the local will in this region and in Biarritz. They did planning like the state is doing it, but with a new vision in this region, the new Aquitaine region. They are now looking into the swell energy. They say, okay, here we have no wind and no currents. What can we exploit as an energy source that will be environmentally friendly to be part of the projects? It's a wave resource, which is extremely interesting here, with major industrial challenges. So the first step was to get together, and before that to characterize the sites. And the two communities got together to launch a call for tenders offshore not too far from here, between Bayonne and Tarnos, to have to have an inventory of the fauna, of the flora, to measure the swell. And the project, we're part of a consortium that was awarded the tender, and we are under the coordination of a major actor, which is Rivage Protect, and we're supported by Surfrider for the work. There is also Créocéan, the center of the sea in Biarritz, for the animals in the area. So by doing that, when this area can be developed with a proven technology, we will be able to, we will know all the stakes, and After you heard that, so you have good news. I have questions on the management of resources and the deployment and implementation of this type of infrastructure. To have onshore wind, to develop offshore wind energy, you need lots of surfaces. What do you do offshore? How do you manage that? Because today production is controlled by China for 90%. I know that Olivier Vidal stated that at the current rate of rare earth, we're going to deplete the stocks. So now the ocean is being looked at for deep sea mining to extract rare earth in high seas. 29 authorizations of exploration were just granted to different countries, including France, in an area of 4 million kilometers with all the environmental impacts for the oceans. I agree to do energies around the ocean, but as a consultant or RTE for cables, how are you going to manage infrastructures, supply, and soberness is essential there, because without a decrease in the consumption and uses, we will not be able to fulfill the EMR promises. Concerning the technologies used for connection, there are no rare earth, but it's the same problem with copper and other components. So I agree with you. We have to work to be sober, to develop only what is strictly necessary. This is the issue in this is the purpose of eco-design. When we're going to dismantle facilities, it has to become a resource for something else. Another point is how we're going to develop the co-use. We'll have to have offshore platforms. We're not going to use rare earth, but we're going to use metal to connect the offshore windmills. Since we built those platforms, they can have another use. Besides, there are alternatives. 5 years ago, with the European funding, there was a project on supraconductivity to distribute the same energy that we would need. 12 very big high voltage cables with lots of copper. Maybe now we put it in a cable that is with the size of a €1 coin with an envelope, but it's 20 times less than what is necessary. But a problem is that for this, we have a proof of concept on these advanced technologies. We showed that it works. Then we need an industrial prototype, and we need a lot more money. And we don't have the solutions. For the manufacturers, is too risky. They don't want to take the risk to fund a prototype of this type. And there are no funds for that except in China. And that's where these technologies will be developed. So we see that there can be solutions, but you need massive investments in R&D, in prototype development, with the requirement to develop solutions that have to take into account the environmental aspect. My answer won't make you happy, because there is work to do without rare earth, and to decrease and replace my limit of. I know that these projects do exist. We work on materials will be recycled. In a windmill, we can recycle 90%, which is quite a lot compared to other technologies. This is quite interesting. But we must work on renewable energies with biodiversity, with a sustainable use of resources in terms of rare earth. When we stop changing iPhone everywhere, we will have made a lot of progress. What about time? We still have time for questions. Do you have any questions, remarks, statements? I would like to congratulate the approach of RTE. You know how much I'm in favor of non-industrialization of the marine space, and I'm interested in developing positive impact infrastructures. I discovered this concept with Sylvain Pioche and Créocéan, and I'm glad that things are changing. This is the first conference where the actors are talking about it. Even RTE, the power distribution network, is involved, and I think that you have a great role to play to commit the manufacturers, the industry. They are interested in this eco-design approach, but it was so difficult for them to deploy this process since 2011. We understand that it's hard for them. I have a question for Chad, because in the States, eco-design of offshore wind parks, is that taken into account? The development of biodiversity, is that taken into account? You talked about it, but is it really, do we think of at the end of the life cycle of the windmills, the offshore windmills? What is there such a thing?
There's an interesting parallel going on in the United States where they're decommissioning oil rigs. So they end their useful life. They've drilled all the oil they can. And when the contracts were originally established for the oil drilling companies, they were required to take those platforms out. However, those platforms now have formed an ecosystem around them. And the oil companies want to create what they call rigs to reefs. So they can turn those rigs into offshore reefs. And it's been interesting. There's debate about production versus attraction of marine life. Are they adding new marine life, or are they just attracting marine life from other places? The net benefit or gain in sort of in biodiversity and biomass is sort of, I know the scientific debate, at least in the United States, is still going on, and whether the locations are right, because they put them where the oil is, not where they would be best for the habitat. And also there's a contingency of environmental groups. We don't have a position on it at Surfrider, who feel like the oil companies just need to do what they said they were going to do at the beginning, regardless of the environmental benefit. So as a result of that, it's turned into an incredibly controversial issue, and for 30 years this debate has been going on without resolution. So if that is any indication, maybe there's a way that the renewable ocean energy community can observe that and find ways of avoiding that kind of fight in the future by discussing that end life now. I think with the oil companies, that was the problem. It wasn't debated publicly at the front end, and now at the back end, there's these two sides. So the advice I would have based on that experience would be to be thinking about that now and have some plan so that we don't get up in an endless fight.
Thank you, Chad. D'autres questions?
Other questions?
Presentation. So what I would like to ask, I don't want to choose who would like to answer, but is we are talking, it's about, is there maybe actually for both of you, because is there a thinking in the industrial sector about actually reducing the energy that we use? Because energy is also, we're talking about economy and we talk about sustainable development. So even the sustainable development, for me, it's something that's interesting to think if this, how can we make it? And I know there is not an answer for a concrete answer for that, but maybe I would like to hear from you a bit of your own reflection, or also about you both also, who would you like to answer me? Because yes, as you said, I forgot your name, sorry, but in the middle one, you. Yes, as you said, the solution is rethinking our economical transition and reducing the energy. But how does it really working in our economic model? Is that utopic? How do you think about that?
Donc la question c'est comment on réussit.
The question is, how can we use less energy in our economy? In the industry, in the private sector, is there really a desire to reduce our energy consumption, for instance, by increasing the prices, taxes, or for instance, your projects are more expensive than other normal projects, so maybe this energy is going to cost more. How are the markets looking at these energies? For me, the question is, how do the markets... I don't understand the question, really. Since the green technologies are more expensive, what is the companies, the firms are going to go into it? I think they don't go voluntarily because it's more expensive. I represent the civil society, and indeed, the industry to make this choice. Sometimes they're independent consultants, or I know that you have the highest electric consumption in July during the heat wave, because we're the more climate change we have, the more energy we use, the more electricity you use to expand. This is the way we work. I don't pretend that I have the right answer, but again, it's we have to go back to soberness and to know what we have and what are our limits. When we think of a new economy, of a new civilization in a social and ecological transition, we are living in an ecosystem with finite resources, with limits that we have never accepted, because Adam Smith considered that the primitive world of nature was man. No, it is the environment in which we live. The problem when you want to quantify everything, it's an ideological failure. It's a flawed vision. We're trying to preserve our ecosystem. Life has no price. Money shouldn't even be an issue. Is how do we get organized as a society? What do we want? Do we want growth? Are we ready to go to war with China to have rare earth? Are we ready to destroy the ocean to have rare earth? Or do we want to build a more sober society? This is both a civil society is going to promote that, because it's what we feel as a need, and the industry, they have economic barriers, is because they don't have the right political support, and we see that with G7 and several NGOs could not attend the G7, so we have to work all together. Thank you for your answer. It's exactly that, but I wanted what happens inside your sector, inside your industry, in your market. Today, the renewable energies are economically competitive with the other source of power. We see the results of the latest call for tenders in France. In costs, it's about the same as the extension of existing nuclear plants, and in less than the new nuclear plants. What we see, it's going to be an essential element in the competition between countries on the capacity to sell power, especially in the Scandinavian countries, where they have the last windmill parks. They're not offshore, they're onshore, but could be the same. Some industries are getting close, talking to these project developers. They say, I'm interested in buying electricity from you with because my customers are starting to ask for it. So these, for example, to manufacture aluminum, there is a customer pressure. Companies such as Nespresso, tomorrow they will want to buy aluminum made with renewable energies, and they're ready to make long-term commitments. So there are different economical circuits with long-term commitments between two economic actors that are completely different from the market, the way the market was working in the year 2000. So now we want to find funds for renewable energies because the costs are decreasing. So this is positive because it can make it possible to have a strong requirement on the environmental quality. The discussions I had with the windmill developers, since the costs were high, any additional requirement was, oh, it's already expensive, and now we're not going to be competitive. And now this argument is no longer applicable. So we have to be very strong in terms of environment, to have a virtuous chain.
Merci beaucoup pour la réponse. Et dans votre secteur,
in your sector, in your industrial environment, do you think there's really a wish, an effort to reduce energy consumption? I don't mean to change for the energy transition. We talked about capital. We need to spend more, not less energy. So are you thinking about that? That was my question. It's perhaps difficult to answer this question. I think that the best person to answer would be an energetician, an energy company. In France, Engis or EDF, do they accept reducing their own consumption? I cannot answer on their behalf. I can speak more about as a citizen, and that this is what we need. We need to make savings. It's very simple. I'd like to promote Enercop. Buy your energy from Enercop. It's 100% renewable. There's no quality of origin. It's 20% more expensive, but it's and that alone will make you save energy. to answer your question, all of this depends on the citizens and their behaviour and the demand. The fact that you change electric supplier, which is now very easy to do, even if most people know that, and to go to Enercop, and that by doing that, that will make EDRF doesn't produce electricity. So the action we're doing is to show this is possible. And I talked before about a partnership with Megawatt. It's because we're challenging our respective studies to show how we can move forward, an illustration of the actions that can be done. This year we did a study on inserting electric vehicles. If tomorrow we transformed our journeys into journeys done by electricity or some other means, we would change the scenario. We'd introduce sociological factors. So, for example, if tomorrow people change the way they go around, that's going to be most virtuous. If we're preparing a major study with prospective studies to say how in the future we're going to reduce the consumption of it and production of electricity, and this already is leading to a lot of debate in the sector, because for several years we've been planning for a drop in electricity. To take one of the major French examples, where a lot of controversies and exemptions about with the business model of the company is always to produce more and more, to make more and more profit. And I think this requires us to educate people, and this requires us to change our behaviour and highlight the benefits provided by these electric vehicles. We can insert 15 million electric vehicles for the equivalent of 15 million vehicles today. But we need people to change the way they move around, because more virtuous, less travel, share vehicles, and this will enable us to use multimodal transport, train and others. So in a way, we're going back to the same problem as talked about with marine transport. We need to have an look at the overall picture and study this rather than just yesterday I came by train, for example, 4 hours to Paris, but perhaps 4 years ago I would have just taken the plane because it's much faster. So in companies today, we need to have this kind of reflection. We are responsible in our companies, but also citizens. We have children, we have debates, we have discussions, and I think here as well, and I'm thinking of all these shock things between the collective and the individual need to take place in companies, show that even if change is difficult, and this was the final slide I had prepared on the subject globally. Yes, there are certain downsides, small downsides, but we're saving the world here. I'd like to just go back over what you said, and mostly agree with it. For the We Are Ready movement, Mo of the ecologists I know cannot simply say it's an individual fault of governments. They need to change, they have to make a huge step by changing the supplier. And if you buy electricity from Enercop, you pay more, but there are lots of uses of electricity which are in the French society which are very decadent. For example, the luminous advertising panels. We want to keep cities lit at night time, whereas in certain villages they're not letting that happen. There are economies of scale, and which make things have a much greater impact than the single individual actions of one citizen, and that's why we have included ecologists in this, and also to put pressure on the state to put into place strict regulations We're now going to conclude this roundtable, by thanking our speakers. The President of the region has just arrived. One of the ideas of this workshop was to carry specific proposals. And a round of applause again for our speakers and their accounts. If you still have, if you want to add a few lines to the ocean call, there are two major proposals beyond energy efficiency, sobriety, and also in the use of the zero domain industry we've seen with in the previous slide, and knowing the environment, which enables us to accelerate biomimicry and research dedicated to it. Another round of applause for Surfrider and their team for the excellent organisation, for the welcome. Thank you, Emmanuel Marie. And being told that we're getting everything ready. They've collected all your PowerPoints. We haven't had any technical problems so far. We're just going to take the table time to rearrange the stage here. And we'll finish with the ocean call in the presence of Aquitaine, who's here today, Alain Rousset. I was born in Aquitaine and I'm néo-Aquitaine.
Donc juste le temps d'installer le micro et je vais bien évidemment appeler Donc je vais me permettre d'appeler Cécile Raffin, qui représente Armateurs de France et va pouvoir nous parler des engagements que portent les armateurs, que mettent en place les armateurs depuis de longues années. Et également Monsieur Thury de la région. Je vous invite à nous rejoindre pour cette conclusion.
I'd like to ask the speakers for this final session to come up and join us.
Qui va nous rejoindre pour clore cette journée avant la cérémonie de l'Ocean.
Before the Ocean Call ceremony.
Merci Antidia et merci.
Thank you Antidia and thank you Surfrider for giving the asking Armateurs de France to conclude this session this afternoon on the energy transition
Et l'économie bleue.
and the blue economy. John McCoy is going to apologises for not being able to be here today, and he was with the President of the Republic for another G7 meeting today, and he wanted to express to the head of state the mobilization of the industry to accept the challenge for a carbon-free industry. It's a great pleasure that I'm speaking on behalf of Armateurs de France, an organisation which represents French ship owners and which supports the sector, amongst other things, in the ecological transition and in research and adopting innovative solutions. A few figures: the 7/10 of the planet and 90% of goods transit via the sea. These figures speak for themselves. Shipping is an economic activity which we all benefit from, and we had an example of chocolate before, and the maritime sector is in the first line for this ecological transition. The French sector has taken stock of the challenge that lies ahead. The sea transport sector is making reducing its emissions one of its priorities. Bonneau talked about the global sulfur target, and there will be a compulsory reduction of 7 compared to current emissions. And this will take place from January 2020. In 2008, the industry adopted a commitment to reduce its carbon footprint, actively promoted by France. It is a consensus between all the UN countries and years of negotiations. The strategy adopters aims to limit emissions and also to reduce the total annual volume of emissions by 50% by 2050 compared to 2008 emissions. The concrete measures must be adopted by the same organisation. In this process, and this is part of the climate emergency, French shipowners defend the French delegation at the International Maritime Commission from the next meeting, which will take place in 2020. For the French maritime sector, short-term measures are essential. They were, we mentioned, reducing the speed. This measure has been led by many years now. Apart from its impact on emissions, it is immediately available and will enable us to help achieve the CO2 emission targets. Fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead, French shipowners are already implementing transition measures. For example, connecting the boat to the electricity supply without generator units, and that reduces pollutants such as nitrogen and sulfide during the stopover stage. We can also talk about experimenting particle filters tested by La Méridionale company, enabling number of particles to be reduced, even though that this is not subject to regulations. The most significant part is the choice of alternative. We talked about hydrogen, we talked about electricity, and GNL is the only mature and a solution to reduce pollutants and CO2. To date, 4 French maritime companies have GNL boats, a total of 19. And these are all the companies that have done it. Another company, Corsica Ferries, foresees moving over to GNL for a new vessel before 2023. But GNL remains a transition before full decarbonisation. And we're continuing to explore other solutions for tomorrow. Armateur de France has launched a working group to look at a decarbonised solution, a carbon-free solution in the maritime sector. This working group, to which the association with several different partners, will enable us to exchange on this subject, on the technical and financial feasibility of carbon-free solutions for the maritime sector. Being proactive is not enough. Many voluntary initiatives beyond statutory regulations have been implemented, especially in terms of the life cycle of vessels. This includes the design, optimizing fuel, implementing waste policies, biodiversity, respecting the biodiversity, identifying collisions and taking into account underwater noise. And for certain ships, also making passengers aware. All of these actions should be highlighted and multiplied. The charters and labels are a way of inciting people and to make that ecological transition. In France, several initiatives exist or are underway. Mr. Jacques Géraud mentioned these before, and they were talking about the Charter 16 by the Ministry of the Environment, enabling companies to formalise their pioneering commitments. 10 French companies, which are a member of our association, have signed this charter. They were all invited to the Élysée Palace this afternoon to formalise these commitments in front of the President of the Republic. And every year there's a trophy with Blue Charter for environmental criteria. Its current version goes back to 2013, but members want to make it stimulate the proactivism of the sector. Our Tour de France has therefore decided to revise it. And finally, the label proposed by Surfrider, which was for many years, which was mentioned by Mr. Bourduc and Antidia before. This draft label will enable us voluntary commitments to be formalised, and perhaps other maritime players too will be able to accept these. To continue to follow on from yesterday, a few words on making the sector responsible in terms of plastic pollution. Existing regulations mean that you're not allowed to emit plastic pollutants in the sea. Aware of the plastic pollution both in the sea and on the land, certain companies have already taken the initiative to implement policies to reduce plastic waste, especially this can be seen in exchanges with suppliers to remove packaging in supplies and the use of plastic on board, such as bottles, glasses, cups. However, for this, we have identified a lever for action. The role of ports is essential here to be able to take up the challenge on the land. And very often the installations are not adapted. So this to the interface port, the port vessel interface needs improving around the world. As we the leaders meet tomorrow on the theme, based on the theme of inequalities, La Tour de France wanted to attract their attention to 2 points: carbon free, and we must remind that long-term investment is needed. Building a vessel is a 30-year project. So to take the right decisions, ship owners need the state to support them. And to be carbon-free, ship owners must be able to take their decisions within a carbon-free energy policy framework. And it's on the second point that the association would like to attract the attention of the fact that all these measures must be applied to everybody equally in all their dimensions, whether geographical, economic, legal, social, or environmental. This international status means that all the players must agree if they want it to be efficient. A national rule, or even European alone, will only have a very limited scope and could lead to competition, unbalanced competition between areas. I was talking about reducing speed a few minutes ago, about it being a way to contribute to reducing CO2 emissions. We are convinced of the about this measure, and we want it to be adopted internationally. I will stop here and would like to thank Antidia and Surfrider for having organised this event. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour ces engagements.
Thank you for these concrete commitments that we are conveying to the presidents, also on several other issues, Armateur de France is also an innovator. The loss of containers is also economy, the development of an economy. It must be sustainable. Mr. Uturi, you're in charge for the region of the economic development. You wanted to say a few words in relation with the ocean. How can we adapt the economy to the ocean? Please come join us for this conclusion. Thank you. And I would like to say hello to the ones I haven't met yet. You had a vast subject, ocean and climate. I expected, I thought I would hear about the effects of the climate change on the coastline, and I realized that you are mostly focusing on the economy, on ecology and transition. You were focusing on those who implemented actions to regulate, to mitigate the consequences. I took notes. I heard you're trying to green the ocean. For the institutions, you're mostly focused. You want to make our economy blue. You want to more green in the blue. The RT representative said he wanted more support for biomimicry, so that the windmills could be installed without having an impact, having less impact on the environment. I also heard, for instance, between the energy efficiency and energy soberness, there is a very fine line. Something that's very hard to change is our behavior. How can we change our habits? How can we get out of our comfort zone? That is the result of our consumerism. I would like to congratulate the Surfrider team for this cycle of conferences. You have talked about tourism, sports, biodiversity, today climate. Sandrine Derville participated, Mathieu Berger, you all know him. He's from here. He's interested in developing the values with the port of Bayonne. I'm talking under the authority of the president of the region, who will speak to you later, so that I can convey to our citizens in New Aquitaine what you said today about the ocean. The ocean is kind. He's bringing us lots of good things. He makes it possible to us to live in a temperate climate. When we talk about ports, the ocean is protective, but it's also now polluted due to human activity, with the accumulation of plastic, with the erosion of the biodiversity. We are losing thousands of animal and vegetal species. We have lost and we will lose in the coming years much faster than in the previous centuries. The ocean is regulating our climate. It makes it a nice area to live in, and it can no longer play its role. Just look at the catastrophes, the floods, submersions, the coastline, phenomena which are mostly found in more tropical areas. This year we had 2 droughts, 2 heat waves, with a heavy impact on our crops, on our life in the New Aquitaine region. The ocean is a mirror of our behaviors. with overconsumption. To conclude this conference, I would like to say thank you for making us understand that the protection of the environment is everybody's job, is up to the citizens, the technicians, the businesses, and the elected officials, as long as they exist. We live in a society where we're looking for meaning. We want to be meaningful, especially for the young generations. They want to know where they're going when they're looking for a profession, or when they get their first job. We are in a company where the citizens want to have their say. We live in a society where there's a claim to give more importance to the citizens, but we have to co-construct, co-validate, but also being co-responsible. Water involves everybody's responsibility, from the source to the ocean. It involves the responsibility of those who are involved in its continuity and ecological continuity. I come from the mountain. You hear that everything goes to the ocean. Everything that on your T-shirt, it says on a blue T-shirt, I saw everything that goes towards land goes to the sea. I'm a man of the mountains. Let's have some fun. A local singer says with humor to say what the mountain is. The mountain is the behavior of individuals towards the mountain. He talks about coming down a 3,000 meter mountain, and he says it gives you an idea of the vegetation when you have we have a few glaciers on top. There's still a few left. We don't know for how long in the Alps and the Pyrenees. Then you have rocks. Then you have some mosses and herbs. Then you have trees and birch trees, and then shepherds and sheep, and then way down you have dirty papers and Coke bottles. So the singer says that visibly assholes don't like altitude. I would never have dared say that in public, but I'm repeating it. So this means we need to we are co-responsible to preserve nature from the source to the ocean. And the salmons, the fish, they are born in the valleys, at the end of the valleys, if there is quality water, and then they go to the oceans, they go to the other side of the oceans before they come back for a last trip to procreate where they were born, as we can see in the camera's eyes. You said I'm in charge of economic development for the region, so I don't have much time. Okay, in this region, economic development is important. Maybe that's not meaningful. Economic development and ecologic. Those are the two words I wanted to use. The purpose is to propose support policies to enable all the citizens in our territory to develop sustainably in the territory. This is the meaning we want to give to the reason. Alain Rousset will give you more details. So we have an approach which is called Neo-Terra. We had two other things, Acclimatera in the past, for the analysis and forecast of climate events, And the second one is eco-bios. This was more towards oriented towards preservation of biodiversity. 450 researchers contributed to this project, which ended up with a roadmap called Neoterra. You will see it in the exhibition in the Ireti exhibition hall, and unanimously everybody agrees on that, in spite of a few climato-skeptics. 95% of all the components of the region voted for it. So Neoterra sets several targets to have an energy mix in the businesses, in our homes, in transportation, in school, buses, energy mix for the next 10 years with 30 or 32% renewable energies. This orientation sets the targets in terms of energy sobriety. We do it easier when it's our responsibility in mobility, in high schools, but we can do it with the businesses. I just wanted to talk to you about Neoterra, which is a commitment, a promise towards the young population. They will be upset with us when they see the temperature rising and the migration. When we have an issue with a few thousand immigrants, and later, when they grow up, we will have millions of individuals coming to us. So let me stop now. Someone said 50 years ago, Edon Lawrence, is the butterfly wing in Brazil could trigger a tornado in Texas. Apparently, part of the Amazonian forest is burning, is on fire. Maybe it's not that serious, but we should consider that what's happening there is not a danger for the whole planet. So I hope that the two heads of states will talk about it, because Lawrence had targeted Brazil and Texas. They are both concerned. And the young people, the young population will be upset with us if we don't deal with all that. And the region is determined to make commitments towards more virtuous practices in terms of the environment and the ocean, especially for the sea floors. We know the seafloor less than we know planet Mars. We understood.
Ces propos.
If we had blue is the new green. You talk about the young population. The young people are going to conclude. Thomas Lesage. You're 20 years younger than me, but we're very close.
Good evening. My name is Thomas. I'm 15 years old, and today I would like to talk to you in English because most of the members of the association speak English.
My name is Thomas Lesage. I'm 15 and I'm here as founder of Children for the Ocean, but also as young ambassador for Génération Mer. Before beginning, I would like to thank Surfrider for the invitation and for organizing this wonderful ocean event, as I think today our ocean needs all of our attention. So today, science has demonstrated countless times that we cannot live on Earth without an ocean. Our ocean represents 2/3 of the planet's surface. They represent 97% of Earth's water supply. Our ocean absorbs more than 25% of all CO2 emission. They produce half the oxygen we breathe. And, as mentioned earlier, it would be impossible to live on Earth without an ocean. We have to remind that oceans also generate economic benefits for humans, to all our decision makers. Indeed, from an economic development standpoint, they generate $2.5 trillion of economic benefits per year. Our ocean provides fishing resources to more than 4.3 billion people. And as mentioned earlier, 90% of our goods are today transported by sea. But a blue economy can only be sustainable if the marine environment on which it relies is healthy and thriving. However, today, our ocean is more than threatened by major threats, each caused by human activities. It is our duty to remind the world, including all decision makers, that today 1 out of 3 fish stocked is overfished. Half of coral reefs and mangroves are gone. The number of overfish stocked globally has tripled in half a century, and bycatch and illegal fishing are closely linked to overfishing, as bycatch represents roughly 30% of the world's fishing per year, and illegal fishing represents 30% of the catch for high-value species. Today, I think there's a big lack of international regulation on overfishing. Moreover, the subsidies that are granted to the fishing industry without any counterpart or sustainable criteria contribute to empty our ocean. Today, because of these harmful subsidies, our fishing fleet is estimated to be up to 2.5 times the capacity needed to catch what we actually need. Finally, we need to draw the attention of the decision makers on ghost net. A ghost net is a fishing net that has been lost or abandoned in the sea. Ghost nets do not only catch fish, they entangle everything that comes in their path, like dolphins, sea turtles, sharks, birds, and many more species. Furthermore, most nets today are now made out of modern plastic compounds, or nylon, that can last for centuries in our ocean. As a result, according to different scientific reports, ghost nets make up to at least 46% of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. As many speakers have reminded yesterday, plastic pollution is the other major threat, which exists everywhere, from the bed of the deep sea to the remote seas of Arctic. Today, every minute is one garbage truck dumped into our ocean. And in France, each citizen consumes an average of 513 kilograms of plastic, while in the United States, the average goes up to 740 kilograms per person each year. So what exists in terms of regulation for plastic pollution? Well, same for overfishing. Today, there is no international global framework on the use of plastic, and only very few countries regulate plastic through its entire life cycle, whereas the production of plastic keeps on increasing worldwide. So my last focus will be on one final threat, acidification. Our ocean absorbs more than 25% of all CO2 emissions, some even say 30%. As a result, it absorbs roughly 22 million tons of CO2 every day, which has a major detrimental impact on marine ecosystem and biodiversity. Today, it is estimated that we lost 40% of our coral reefs in the last 40 years. So, again, what are the regulations that are trying to prevent acidification? Well, even though ocean acidification has been discovered in 2000 and studied by experts since 2008, there is no international regulation on acidification. Needless to say to our decision makers that all these threats to the ocean identify will definitely contribute to increase and emphasize inequalities worldwide. So, Children for the Ocean was created in 2018 before my worldwide sailing tour. I wanted to contribute at my level, and I realized that education was key and was a very powerful tool to protect our planet and our ocean. Children for the Ocean aims to create a big international community of young ambassadors who can act at their level to protect them. Today, Children for the Ocean has provided awareness sessions to more than 450 kids in 5 countries, and now counts 7 young ambassadors in 7 different countries, in the United States, Mexico, Cayman Islands, Canada, UK, Germany, and France. Our objective is to raise children's awareness on the necessity to protect our ocean, providing them with key tips they can apply in their daily life. And the most important, empower them and give them the willingness to join our fight to save the ocean. It is time for us to act. As young ocean ambassadors and representatives of Children for the Ocean, we urge the decision makers to take measures to preserve the ocean, and we encourage the civil society to cooperate, innovate, and work together. For this purpose, we need to reduce our general consumption and find other ways of consuming, while reducing our need for plastic. We need domestic and international regulation to manage the worldwide fishing stock and solve the issue related to illegal fishing. We need to limit subsidies given to the fishing industry and allocate them to strict sustainable criteria for fishermen. We need to put in place heavy regulation, educate and work with fishermen in order to reduce and eliminate the issue of ghost nets. We need to implement international regulation for plastic pollution, managing the entire life cycle of plastic everywhere. We need to help and support developing countries in order for them to improve their waste management and support any kind of local initiatives. Finally, my last words as representative of the young generation. I would like to invite Europe and France to take the lead and pledge to be strong in front of powerful lobbies in order to ensure a future for future generations and avoid jeopardizing their rights to have the same fruitful lives those leaders have experienced in the last decades. Thank you. Merci.
Merci à toi. Et
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you to all your ambassador friends. I would like to call our general manager and president to inaugurate the final session of Ocean Call. You probably have an idea of what's inside. I thought I was part of the young people who had a talk. My wife and my children still consider me as a teenager. I'm so happy to be able to talk to you. After the presentations of 70 experts from 10 countries, who am I? After that, I'm just a surfrider. Could have been worse, Mr. President. I would have had to talk after you, and I was afraid of that. Everything was said. You covered all the subjects that brought us together during 4 days. I don't have much to add. I can talk to you about anger and limit. The limits are mine. I won't mention the person in charge of water and health. He looked at me, you going to talk? Yes, Mark, I'm talking. To conclude, we're already talking about the Ocean Call. A conclusion about this conference. I'm, of course, not capable of concluding, and I know my limits. I heard many quotes, many references. The minister yesterday talked about Aristotle. It was brilliant. I would like to talk about something I knew when I was 15 years old, when I was your age. In the game of who knows, I'm going to win, so I'm not going to do it. I would like to talk to you, brother J.C. Crawford. He's a man that is not, you shouldn't get acquainted with. He was a leader of the White Panthers at the end of the 60s and a poet. and he spoke regularly before the concerts of a group that you shouldn't be seen with, the MC5. The White Panthers were very far from supremacy. It was a huge commitment and very virulent against a company that was not doing well. Jesse Crawford said, I would like to do it like him, brothers and sisters. He was a preacher. He used to say, it's up to you. Up to you to decide whether you want to be part of the problem or part of the solution. And for that, you have 5 seconds to make a choice. Do you want to be part of the problem or part of the solution? Why do I say that? Because we all understood that we're all part of the problem and that the solution, I don't know if we don't want to be part of it, but sometimes it takes less than 5 seconds. Remy said yesterday, sometimes you need an application or some action. An action doesn't take more than 5 seconds. It's to become a member of Surfrider on the web, on the internet. So I mentioned someone who shouldn't be, but I can explain why. I like people who are different. And not too long ago, all people like me remember that the ecologists you shouldn't be seen with them. So the other reason why I talked about Brother Jesse Crawford is because about how to manage anger, what anger can lead us to. We can manage our anger with a catharsis by listening to that kind of music. And it's a way to express your anger. Another way, maybe more constructive, is to go into fights, to make commitments such as Surfrider, which I joined because I was not, unfortunately, I wasn't the founder of Surfrider. I joined later. They do an incredible work. Today, I'm so proud of you. As a member of Surfrider, I'm so proud of the work you can do. I'm so proud and not surprised because I know you. I'm going to go back to the limits. I heard many people these last few days sing Surfrider. Sorry, I'm not a surf rider. And they would come. So I will say, I'm only a surf rider, not much more. I had the opportunity to experiment the relationship between the surfing and the environment. You have in both, you have to make a commitment. So I'm just an old surf rider from Biarritz. You notice that ships are going fast today. They're not carrying containers. It just occurs to me. I'm so proud of my association, so proud of the job, the work that has been done, about the pavilion, which I call the summit. People who were invested in this, did a huge, incredible work. It's hard for me to thank people. Florent does that much better. I know my limits. It's hard for me to thank people, but I know how to recognize excellent. I've seen incredible people who talked, incredible people who worked, and I've learned many things and I'm very happy about it. I feel like talking to you about the ocean call, but we have to wait. I want to talk about something else. Between the workshops and the conferences, maybe you've approached 80 topics. Somewhere specific to Surfrider Europe. We have about 400 projects every year. We handle those. So when you will have access to all these projects when you become a member. I'm not good to say thank you, but still the Surfrider team, I would like to mention all of you for what you did. And Antibia, you said that it's not easy to say thank you. I saw you earlier. I feel like thank you, like mentioning all of you, but I will forget some of you. So I don't want to do that. I really wanted to tell you what I think of you, but you do know what I think of you. And I'm going to conclude. Because an example is worth 1,000 words. I want to show you what I think of you, what I think of what you are at Surfrider. This is what you are. Congratulations. Sorry. Florent, I hand over to you. Thank you, Gilles. Sorry, Gilles, I'm not a Surfrider, but you already knew that.
Phase de notre pavillon océan. Et d'abord, encore une fois, tu l'as dit, effectivement, quelques remerciements complémentaires. Le staff, ça a été fait. Je ne reviens pas dessus, même si j'ai envie de m'y associer, mais j'aurai d'autres occasions. Cet événement n'aurait pas eu lieu non plus sans des partenaires fidèles. Je pense tout d'abord à la Commission européenne qui nous accompagne sur ce projet-là, comme sur d'autres, notamment à travers un dispositif qui s'appelle le Life Operating Grant, qui soutient des organisations comme les nôtres pour renforcer sa capacité d'interaction entre ce qui se passe sur le terrain et ces grands décideurs de la Commission européenne qui en sont parfois éloignés, pour pouvoir leur apporter des informations sur ce qui fonctionne, sur ce qui fonctionne moins. Donc un remerciement à cette Commission européenne. Et puis évidemment, je veux aussi remercier la région Nouvelle-Aquitaine, qui nous accompagne depuis très longtemps sur beaucoup de sujets, sur l'éducation à l'environnement en particulier depuis longtemps, mais également des discussions en cours sur les enjeux de la transition énergétique et de l'appropriation territoriale que ça peut avoir, et qui s'est encore une fois montrée présente à nos côtés pour l'organisation de cet événement. Encore une fois, merci, et vous aurez l'occasion effectivement de partager, de prendre la parole tout à l'heure. Monsieur le Président, merci de votre présence. Tu l'as dit rapidement, mais je le redis, merci à tous les speakers d'introduction, speakers de conclusion, speakers des panels, animateurs aussi de ces panels-là. Vous avez fait un super boulot et ça a fait beaucoup pour la qualité de ce sommet. On pourrait parler de sommet maintenant, pourquoi pas, changeons. Voilà, donc ces quelques mots de remerciement étant faits, nous allons passer à vraiment cette dernière phase qui, après avoir discuté, échangé, partagé, apporté des solutions, vous le savez, ce dernier temps est un temps d'interpellation. On est à quelques heures maintenant du démarrage d'un G7. Et l'objectif final ou ultime de ce sommet, c'est de pouvoir interpeller nos chefs d'État. On a tous, pendant ces 4 jours, sur plusieurs thématiques, avec différents interlocuteurs, différentes parties prenantes, démontré que des solutions existaient, qu'on était prêt à changer. Et l'objectif de cette interpellation, c'est de demander aussi à nos chefs d'État de prendre leur part de responsabilité et de s'engager sur des solutions concrètes et rapides et importantes. On va le faire en 3 temps, il y aura donc 3 temps de parole. Et pour ce premier temps, je vais appeler Thomas de Futur Possible, qui va, lui, nous faire part des engagements qu'il a pu écouter, mais qu'il a pu aussi travailler ces derniers temps. Il nous accompagne depuis quelques années sur certaines filières économiques pour voir quelles innovations il y a, quelles innovations peut-être ultérieures il pourrait y avoir. Donc c'est ce premier temps d'interpellation, c'est Thomas qui va nous le faire, de Futur Possible, sur le secteur économique. Merci.
Bon, pas facile de passer après tout ça. Hein.
It's not easy to talk after all of that. Hello, my name is Thomas Papadoulos. Not Papadoulos. I'm not a ship owner. Perhaps some of my I'm the co-founder of a company called Possible Future, and which is has been a partner with Surfrider for 2 years now. And in the 8 minutes I have, I would like to go back to what led us to cooperate with Surfrider and the importance on work that we've carried out between Tuesday and late yesterday. And we want to tell you what came out of that. A few words on Possible Future. We are a corporate innovation studio created 3 years ago with the aim of creating services, products, businesses which respect people and the environment. And we include in those large businesses. Possible Future is 60 members of staff who are 25 or 30 years old. Thomas, they all have this wish to create a sort of laboratory, a new generation of entrepreneurs who are optimists, passionate, and persuaded that by cooperating with business, we can imagine solutions which are positive and economically viable. We have several examples of this. We've been working for 3 years now together. We work in the States, in France, in Japan as well, with large industries. They have found they managed to help them change, for example, Saint-Gobain. They've created something called rippers for gravel, construction gravel, which all too often ends up at the bottom of lakes. With Evian, we imagined Rinu, which is a new way of consuming water, mineral water, and which is based on technology which helps Evian save 66% in plastic packaging. And you know where plastic ends up. With Evian 2, a team has looked at bulk, and it's very complicated because we all want to get rid of packaging, but when you're faced with a dirty distributor in a shop, it's a pilot project, and they haven't yet come up with a solution. And so we thought if we could do it with yogurts, we could do it as well for many other products in other sectors. It is possible to move the lines, to get industry to move, to get them to innovate, and to move away from current models as part of a viable economic model. Otherwise, it just won't work. It is possible, it's cool. To have maximum impact, we need to work as an ecosystem. And when we met Surfrider Europe a few years ago, it was love at first sight. We have we're very lucky because there's a lot of people in this ecosystem, some who are listening. Some people say, you can't do anything, the whole system is blocked up by very conservative forces. And those who systematically criticize everything that's done. And other people who think that we can do things and finally, there's another category, and this is we are resolute optimists who work for this, and we work with business to make them aware, to make them develop, and to accept that they are an incredible lever for changing the world. This choice, Surfrider has made a very intelligent and very daring bet. We find that what they've done is very rare. Florent, Antidia, Marianne, Chad and all the rest of the team, hats off to you, because it's not easy as an NGO on an everyday basis to maintain such a position. So bravo to you. And thank you, because I think we need people like you. What we've done this week, the teams, Surfrider and Positive Future, wanted to work on the occasion of the G7 to mobilize this network of businesses who are already partners. And concretely, what we've done is we've brought together 10 companies from different sectors who are all concerned by the impact they have on the environment and who've decided to change their practices to have positive impact. We wanted them to imagine new solutions, perhaps new products and new business models which are more virtuous. The objective is to get them to make strong commitments which are integrated, which are part of the Ocean Call. This document, which will be made public this evening and will be given to the G7 ambassador tomorrow morning, showing how these businesses want to work along Surfrider on these issues. We want to thank them because they've worked together, they've been mobilized, and it's not always easy, and they've worked quickly within 4 days, and they have come together based on all these themes. The first, ocean and climate. Here we have the textile industry, Montebello, Picture and Hopal. They have made a commitment to make products which are easy to repair and to recycle and to reduce fossil fuels in their activity. In the category ocean and biodiversity, this time it's with cosmetics. We've been working with Aven, which is Pierre Fabre Laboratories, and Biotherm, which is part of L'Oréal. They're perhaps business enemies, but together they've decided to commit to create a formula and packaging which are more eco-responsible and which don't impact the oceans as they do today. And finally, we have a third category, ocean and plastic, with cosmetics, food and hypermarket distribution. We've got Nature Découverte, Laboratoire de Biarritz, Caudalie and Léa Nature, and they have come together to reduce plastic and to come together to create an interactive platform between industrialists and consumers to create a link enabling industrialists to become aware of the urgency of the matter as perceived by the consumers. All these companies have made commitments on all of these themes. This is a point of departure. We're now going to work with them to help them to achieve these objectives before 2023. They will be able to help possible futures teams to design and deploy innovative solutions to continue to develop their businesses, because that's what they're there for. But at the same time, protecting the oceans. It's a beginning, it's a start, and there'll be many others in all sectors. But we really believe in this because it's this time it's a win-win situation. The environmental stakes are opportunities for these businesses, and we believe that the companies that play this game and who try to change the way things are designed, produced, and discard and recycled, we think they will be the big winners in the future decades. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you for being with us during this week. We just talked about the businesses. There are many actions and commitments from the local authorities. I would like to call Alain Rousset, the president of the New Aquitaine region, and tell us what are the commitments of the region for the protection of the oceans. Good evening. I'll try not to talk for too long. Time is running, and I know how difficult it is to stay on a chair for so many hours. I have a memory. I didn't talk about it when we adopted this change of all the regional policies in relation to the climate change, to participate with concrete actions in the fight against climate change, but also when we try to give some meaning to our policies and our action. I remembered one thing. When I was a student, I was a guide in a travel agency, and I was with French tourists in London with the big ferries going across a channel. And in the middle of the English Channel, the back of the ferry would open, and thousands of blue plastic bags with all the waste from the people on the ferry were thrown into the water. I have this traumatic image in my mind, and it talks about what our activities, including our economic activities, our tourist activities, left to the future, to us today. All this is behind us. The problem of processing, treating the effluents in the life of the ship, but this is still very strong in my mind. I'm very sensitive when I see a dry river. I'm very sensitive when I see the pollutions. We tried, I think we talked about it with Surfrider a long time ago, offshore Biarritz in the Gulf of Gascogne. You have 1 or 2 islands of floating waste. They move up and away. And we tried to find a system with the fishermen to bring back inland to the land what the land had released to the ocean. We didn't find a way. The system didn't work. We tested several systems. For me, the ocean is part of the 3 major human adventures, seen from a respectful way. We still have 3 adventures. The knowledge of the brain, with the aging diseases, the role of the brain in health. Space. If we had no space, we wouldn't have the images about the fires in Amazonia. We don't have climate variations. If you go to the Halles of Irati, you see that with the city of La Rochelle, we're showing on a digital table the way in which, over time, the climate change occurred. So there is some work to be done. And the ocean. Bernard Ituri, Sandrine Derville, or Mathieu often heard me say it. We are the region with Brittany with the longest coastline. It's a specific. The coast was protected in its time. We could have had a future in the Landes or in Gironde or part of the Pyrenees Atlantic, like in the Mediterranean. With the state, we created GIP where we can work together with each local authorities to try to convey the message that we must stop urbanization too close to the coast, even where you have already urbanized area and you have to go back 1 kilometer. I think that we succeeded. It took time, but it's a problem. Of course, the coastline. We decided that we had to play judo with the ocean and not build concrete walls to protect the inhabited areas. The upper part of Médoc, I don't know if you know the city, the towns of Soulac. One day this part will be an island, or will be an island again, and we will have to find. That's another question for you. We have to find systems to protect the areas that are highly populated. Close. The ocean is maybe the source of life and the medicine for tomorrow. We know that life didn't appear 1 billion years ago, but between 2.4 billion years. It's a researcher from the University of Poitiers that we're supporting. He showed that the first source of life occurred 2.4 billion years ago. He showed that in digs in Gabon. That's why why do I say health and medicine? Because probably what happened during these billions of years changed so much the living conditions that we will find within the ocean, while respecting it, the sources of the new drugs. So it's a huge challenge. The ocean is also energy. I believe in hydro plants. They're not ready yet. The major groups gave up, but watch out. Germany reindustrialized with their small companies. I'll give you a list of small companies you can work with. So we have to work, as Bernard said, we in co-responsibility and with some kind of control. I expect from the NGOs, from Surfrider, this type of control of supervision. The elected officials must accept to be supervised. They must be accountable for some initiatives. Innovation cannot go against, or shouldn't be taken against, environmental protection and against ecology. I believe in ecology and I believe in innovation. Everything will not be solved with innovation. Our behaviors have a huge responsibility. I could go on and give you the examples with Danone and other businesses. You have to see it also in terms of social law, in labor law, in terms of working conditions. We showed in our region that productivity and competitivity of a company depends on the well-being, professional well-being of the employees. Let's not forget it, because if not, we will never reconcile society, and we will never, the environmental requirements will never be accepted. Yes, I agree with you. The businesses have an essential role. They have done a lot of work already. In the statistics we have, Bernard Ituri told you about the work we do with the businesses. They have decreased by 60% their greenhouse gas emissions. It's not enough, but it's us, through housing and transportation, we are partly responsible. So we're going to go into that adventure. We're going to try to support the businesses, the farmers, the other communities for housing. We will need NGOs such as Surfriders. We'll need that mobilization to convince. I think that conviction is not finished. There, even for glyphosate, mayors are being attacked, are being sued because they refuse glyphosate around their villages. That's a huge problem. I think that the representatives of the shippers talked about decarbonated society. I think that the revolution, the industrial revolution and technological revolution related to decarbonation will be as important as a digital revolution, because it's the way we produce, to innovate, to invent, that are going to be impacted, that are going to be questioned. First of all, when we produce something, we have to think about the complete life cycle of the product, from invention to dismantling, and it's not easy. Everybody develops solar energy, but we don't know how to dismantle the solar panels from China. And we have to develop alternative energies such as the solar energy. So there are huge challenges which are industrial problems. If I said that to the boss of Total, he said, well, he wouldn't like it. He said, we need time. But there are solutions. I don't know if the representative of the shippers is still here. Maybe she had to leave. But when you come out on the right, there is someone you should meet. His name is Yves Parlier, and he offers a kite propulsion system. He's not the only one to work on it, on tankers. We are working with a business from Arcachon where they marinize engines, and our order was to try to change the propulsion and the fuel system, because shipping is extremely polluting. So there is a technological effort that is necessary. And what we have to do, if everybody does it, to transform, to decarbonate, everybody has to do it. No. In industry, what's important is to make a difference, to be different. As soon as we find a better technology that is less polluting, we will flood the market. This is how you win in all industrial sectors. Here in our region, in New Aquitaine, we have strong actions being conducted to support these projects. In the IUTs, in the universities, we have a platform at the Bordeaux University with insane people. I don't know if you've recruited 40 insane people. You have to be out of your mind. And they both work on health, on engines, on motors, on drones. They work on technologies that are completely different. They work on the climate. And we have a huge effort. I would like to finish with plastic. We just decided in the region that by 2025 we're going to work with the plastic industry, and we have many chemical industries in this region, to get out, to remove the plastic from packaging. It is not easy. There are hundreds, thousands of jobs at stake, but we have to succeed. The decision with a big majority, I remember that the National Front, they represent a major group, voted against it. Well, the idea, the main idea in this text, in Neoterra, is the target is 2030. I don't like to hear 2050. I don't know what the young people think here. Today's people, they will be old in 2050, or they'll be adults. So it doesn't mean anything. I don't believe in the theory of collapse, but 2030 seems to be the challenge that the New Aquitaine should mobilize for. And for that, we know everybody. We need Surfrider. We need everybody It has to be a movement that is as important as were the fights for justice, for democracy or social justice in the last century. I wish a lot of success to the ocean call.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I can't stop myself from mentioning I think you're right in what you said. You said it's important what we've experienced here together. We can collaborate, cooperate, we can share, we can be partners without necessarily being an agreement on everything. And it's never easy to get around a table with associations, authorities, and companies. So thank you very much. We're getting to the end now. If somebody, I'd like to ask a few people to help me. I'd like to call up Antidia and Gilles for Surfrider Europe, Chad, Nelson for Surfrider United States, and Surfrider Japan. I'd like to thank them all for being here today. They're going to read the main requests or demands that we're going to make to the G7 as part of this ocean call. And you can see the entire document afterwards online. Gilles, you're beginning. I'm going to read this ocean call in English. Promouvoir
and recreational activities as opportunities to connect with the protected ocean. Guide the ecological transition of major sporting events, seen by a reduction of carbon footprint, waste reduction, and adopting ocean protection as a priority during planning, execution, and event management. Adopt a zero-waste strategy within the global sports movement. Reconcile resource exploration caused by tourism with initiatives for marine and coastal protection.
Deux, assurer la protection et la conservation de la biodiversité de l'océan et des écosystèmes. Au moins 30% doit être complètement protégé d'ici 2030. Mettre en œuvre l'ODD numéro 14.4 pour empêcher la surpêche. Instaurer une moratoire sur l'exploitation et l'exploration minière en eau profonde dans les eaux nationales et internationales.
Gas exploration and exploitation activities at the international level.
Number 3, reduce plastic pollution and consumption and address the pollution impact plastic has on the oceans. Support the adoption of a global convention on plastics by 2025. Commit to an overall reduction of the production of plastics globally. Adopt ambitious measures in each G7 represented country to tax and restrict the most polluting plastic products. Eliminate microplastics release into waterways and the ocean. Hold companies accountable for the full life cycle of plastic products they put on the market. Call on International Marine Organization, IMO, to implement an ambitious, comprehensive strategy. Harmonize marine litter monitoring procedures, and all sign by the end of 2019 the Ocean Plastic Charter.
Okay. Improve and restore the health of the ocean for a protected climate. Implement effective and substantial short-term measures before 2023 to achieve the CO2 emission targets and support medium to long-term measures with the aim of total decarbonization. Adopt, without delay, a ban on the usage and carriage of heavy fuel in the Arctic. Encourage parties to include in their national determined contribution measures related to the ocean. Reduce greenhouse gases emission from the fisheries and aquaculture sectors. Promote ecosystem-based adaptation solutions instead of heavy engineering solutions and protect marine ecosystem. And permits for new fossil fuel extraction at sea by 2030 and phase out all the operation by 2040. This ocean calls is supported by 50 organizations, NGO coalition from all over Europe and at international level. There are supporters, there are billions. Ocean is calling, ocean is crying. Dear country leaders, will you stay deaf to this message? We already heard enough excuses. Time is up. We need action. Now.
Un dernier petit mot, on a une fâcheuse habitude.
And a final word. This ocean call that we just read out, we have managed to get it under the door in the meeting room of the G7. We've not won yet. It's a step we've taken. We hope that this gets to its destination, and I think that we should be proud of what we've achieved, and we really believe in this. And now, time for the cocktail, like every evening.